Mr. Keating.
Morning, my lady. May I call Dr. Stuart Wainwright, please?
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And do sit down. Could you give your full name, please?
I'm Stuart Wainwright.
And it's Dr. Stuart Wainwright, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it's you're somebody who's got a long history in the civil service. Am I right that you're a civil servant rather than a scientist?
That's right. I was a
Be both.
I was a civil servant for 20 years, recruited originally as a science fast streamer.
Yes. A few words by way of introduction, Dr. Wainwright, can I invite you to keep your voice up?
Sure.
I think both of us will try to keep our voice up so that stenographer can hear us. Secondly, pace. There is a stenographer who's recording what we are saying, so between us, if we could avoid speaking over each other and pacing it accordingly. I may ask you to pause from time to time, really just to allow everyone just to digest your evidence and to allow the stenographer capture your evidence. Is that okay?
Of course.
You provided 2 witness statements to the inquiry, which we're very grateful for. And the first witness statement is dated the 23rd of August. We see that in the top right of the screen. And if we go to page 30 of that document, we see that you've signed that statement. And that's signed the 23rd of August, and it's the statement of truth. And that's correct, is that the position?
It is correct.
And in relation to the second witness statement, that's dated the 31st of August, so the following week, and we see the 23 pages, and at the last page, page 23, you again sign the statement of truth.
That's correct.
Thank you. Turning briefly to your professional background and really an overview of your evidence today, Dr. Wainwright. And if perhaps we could have your first statement open at page 3, at paragraph 0.2. You're here really as Director of Go Science, which we'll explain in a moment. But in relation to your background, your doctorate, is it right? We see at paragraph 0.3 that you have got a PhD in microbiology.
That's right.
And a degree in genetics from the University of Sheffield.
That's right.
And you're also a policy fellow of the University of Cambridge Centre for Science and Policy. As you say, that scientific background.
Yeah.
And then you joined the civil service, and you were civil service for a number of years, and you set those out in your statement at paragraph 0.4, a number of different departments.
That's right.
But perhaps a relevance is that you were in a cabinet office?
Yes. I was a civil servant for 20 years in a range of different organisations, and I guess the 2 main things that I did in my career was roles relating to the use of science and to resilience.
And in terms of resilience, whilst in a cabinet office, you were on the Civil Contingency Secretariat, CCS.
That's right. I was there twice. Originally, as a more junior member of staff in around 2010 to 2012, and then just before joining Go Science for 4 years.
So that would have been 2017 to 2016 to
2015 to 19, I think.
Thank you. And you were involved in a number of significant emergencies during that time?
That's correct. Quite a large number. Salisbury poisonings, collapse of Carillion and Monarch. So quite a range of incidents, yeah.
2017, a pretty intense year with a number of terrorist attacks and the Grenfell Tower fire.
That's correct.
And then you moved into preparing for Brexit?
That's right. The last year and a half in Cabinet Office, my role changed to understand what a no-deal Brexit might mean and to try and get the country as prepared as it could be.
So against that background of science, academia, civil service, you joined Go Science in December 2019.
That's right, the middle of December 2019.
Probably hoping for a little bit more of a quieter life.
It was supposed to be a more strategic role, but of course then events took off, and
yes.
The great majority of my time was on COVID for the first 18 months.
Well, in terms of your evidence today, the purpose of you attending is, as you were the director of Go Science, is we want you to help to explain to the public and those who are here the scientific structures which SAGE was involved in. So we want you to help us with the systems, number one. And then after that, part two will be exploring some of the comments and criticisms which are made about SAGE, its structures, its composition, and to give you the opportunity to comment upon those and consider lessons learned.
Yeah.
So in relation to part one, there is a sea of acronyms involving SAGE, which we should, but perhaps won't know all of them. So our collective task is trying to make that a little bit more digestible and accessible today. So let's turn to Go Science, Director of Go Science from December 2019 until June 2023.
That's right.
And what is Go Science?
So Go Science is a relatively small part of government. Technically, it's just a directorate of what's now the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Then it was Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, but it's kind of semi-independent from that department. To understand what Go Science is, you need to understand science in government more generally. Science is needed in almost every area of policy and operations, and every government department, or almost every government department, has their own chief scientists and teams of scientists and agencies. Some of those are very large, huge capabilities, such as MOD or DEFRA, and some departments have much smaller capabilities. And it's their job, the chief scientists in those departments, to ensure that science is provided to input to policy and operations in those departments and made good use of. Go Science sits at the heart of government, really to do two things in support of the government chief scientist. At the time of the pandemic, that was Patrick Vallance, it's now Angela McLean. And the two things that we do in support of the GCSA, one is to provide science advice to the heart of government, that's number 10, Cabinet Office and Treasury, on whatever they need it on. It was COVID in this case, but it might be net zero or artificial intelligence, whatever the big issue is of the day. And the second mission is to support all of government in doing science better. So that meant we recruited chief scientists for departments, we ran the science and engineering profession across government, things like that.
Okay. We can actually go to paragraph 1.1 of your statements, and you touch upon the government chief scientific advisor, the GCSA, the acronym. Right. And that sets out there what his role is, which you've just told us about, really, isn't it? To provide scientific advice to the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet, advising the government on aspects of science or policy, and ensuring and improving the quality and use of scientific advice in government. And the GCSA, the Government Chief Scientific Advisor, reports to the Cabinet Secretary. Is that correct? And Go Science's role and your role is really largely to enable him or her to complete that task.
That's exactly right. So our role was to support the government chief scientist, and my role was to help make sure that that happened and the organisation was well run.
Yes. And if we turn over page 6 to paragraph 1.3, you talk about the two major missions of Go Science. Firstly, science advice mechanisms that are efficient, effective, speak through to the power and are embedded permanently in government systems. And secondly, achieving visible impact through both proactive and demand-led science advice that is relevant, excellent, and delivered fit for purpose.
That's right.
Speak truth to power, that's something which you've included in your statement as one of the major missions. What do you mean by that?
So, I mean, the role of a civil servant generally is to provide objective and impartial advice, and that's absolutely right. For scientists, that becomes even more so. In any area of policy or operations, government is going to want to have an honest, accurate, objective view of the science that it's needing to contend with. So that's about providing truth and uncertainty as well to those who need to make decisions.
You say truth and uncertainty. What do you mean by is science certain? That's probably a very deep question, but you mentioned the word uncertainty.
So science and indeed other forms of evidence is rarely totally certain. I mean, we know the world is round now, okay, but rarely in these situations is science totally certain. There's things that we know, there's things that we know with some level of confidence, there's things that we might think we know with little confidence, and there's things that we just don't know. And part of the role of scientific committees and advisors and the officials who support them is to be able to present that coherent view of what the science says, but also the level of certainty that we have in what we're saying and what we don't know.
Let's move on to SAGE, a phrase which everybody is no doubt familiar with. What does SAGE stand for?
So that stands for the Science Advisory Group to Government in Emergencies.
And we see at paragraph 2.3 over leaf that you describe this as an ad hoc independent advisory group that is convened to provide scientific advice to support decision-making in COBRA in the event of a national emergency activated by the Cabinet Office or as a pre-stage on a precautionary basis by the GCSA. Is that a fair summary?
It is.
And it's perhaps obvious in the name, it's advisory.
That's exactly right. It's an advisory committee to COBRA. There's a document which I know you have, which is lays out what SAGE is and how it works. That's it's a Cabinet Office publication, and that makes clear that SAGE is an advisory committee to the COBRA committee. But of course, COBRA can set up a whole range of different advisory committees on all sorts of things.
Yes. So in terms of composition of the SAGE group, you say it's not a permanent body.
No.
It has no standing membership. How would the membership be selected for a certain emergency, and by who?
So, just as COBRA is a very flexible mechanism, so is SAGE. You need the expertise in the room for the situation at hand. So, for example, SAGE was activated in the eruptions of the Icelandic volcanoes in the early 2010s. So that was a totally different set of people participating in SAGE meetings than for the pandemic. So how those people are selected, there's usually a starter standing roster for each major risk area of the sorts of experts we might turn to, and those get regularly reviewed. But at the start of an event, would liaise with the government chief scientist and any other major relevant chief scientist, the chief medical officer in this case, to add to that list. And that would be the starter list. But as situations evolve, you might need more scientific advice. I'd say usually around that table is a combination of roughly two sorts of people: scientists from within government and its technical agencies, so in this case PHE, and external academics. It's usually a mix of those. Sometimes you have industry scientists for other risks as well.
Thank you. Could I invite you just to slow down a little
My
bit more?
apologies.
Not at all. Not at all. In terms of SAGE itself, in its current structure, it's been mobilised 9 times since 2009. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's in different structures before 2009 had been activated for the BSE, mad cow disease, and other incidents such as swine flu in 2009.
That's correct.
Okay. SAGE, as you say, doesn't advise, it doesn't make decisions or set policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that an important distinction?
Very much so. In any situation, but particularly some kind of national crisis, there's very tough decisions that have to be made, and we live in a democracy, so it's right that our political decision makers make those choices reflective of how society feels. To do that, they need to take account of a wide range of evidence. Some of that's science, so this is just about providing science advice, but then the decisions are made by ministers.
One input into central government's decision making.
That's right.
In relation to consensus advice, there's a term you use, and that's at paragraph 2.1. You mentioned that it brings together a range of experts and delivers consensus advice in the form of minutes.
Yeah.
So the vehicle for the advice in writing are the minutes. That's quite important.
That's right.
And consensus advice, what does that mean?
So, in a rapidly evolving situation, you bring together a range of scientists from different disciplines, and they'll bring to bear what they know, what they don't know, what we're relatively certain about, what we're uncertain about. And the SAGE meetings allow them to bring together that, all the evidence and the science that they do understand, and also what they don't. And the minutes have to try and capture that consensus view that emerges. That the chair in the meetings will usually try and sum up after each agenda item what they think they've heard, what the consensus is. And if people disagree with that at the time, then we'll talk about it more, and then he'll try and replay what the consensus is. The minutes are the formal representation of that consensus that emerged from the meeting. So they should say what the science says, certainty levels, but also what we don't know as well.
Is there any downside to this process of having just consensus advice formulated within the minutes?
I don't think so. So as well as the minutes, of course, the GCSA, and in this case the CMO, will also have been given advice orally to ministers on the back of that advice, but very much using the written advice as the anchor. I mean, the written advice, it has to be done at pace and speed. I mean, if I compare this to a very different world, so the world of climate change, where you have the International Panel on Climate Change, which also works through consensus statements, but it can take months and years to produce that consensus. In this situation, we don't have months and years, we have hours. So they are written at speed.
So consensus at speed.
You've got it.
But is there a downside in the sense that contrarian views are significant, but minority views might be excluded from what's reduced to writing?
Potentially. I mean, it's not so much views. Within a SAGE meeting, you'll have different perspectives on the evidence, and in early stages, people will have different evidence and data to hand because it's so fast moving. You might get different views on how to interpret that. If that's the case, we try and reflect that difference of interpretation in the minutes as best we can. I mean, it's possible we may not always have got that entirely right. And although we never, very rarely would we send round the minutes for active comment, after they had been issued to attendees and to Cabinet Office as well, occasionally some of the participants might come back and say, actually, I think you need to tweak this part, and we would.
You mentioned that Go Science is at the heart of government, but also is that in terms of the source of government scientific advice, is SAGE the only source of government scientific advice in emergency?
No, not at all. And as I explained earlier, every government department, or most government departments, have their own chief scientists, teams of scientists. Some of them have huge scientific agencies.
Yes.
Met Office or Environment Agency, or in this case, Public Health England. And very often in emergencies, SAGE isn't needed. So if I take the example of floods, you've got two highly technical agencies in the mix, Environment Agency and the Met Office. Most floods happen, they need an awful lot of science, but there's no role for SAGE usually, unless something unusual has happened. So the only time SAGE, my recollection, has been activated for a flood is twice. Once was when the Somerset levels refused to drain, so that was unusual. And the second was when the Toddbrook Dam was at risk, and again, that was unusual. But mostly, the government can rely on its good scientific technical agencies for that particular risk.
So SAGE is not automatic.
No.
It's something to be activated. So let's turn to SAGE during the pandemic. Number of meetings, we know, and you set this out at paragraph 2.6, that SAGE was internally mobilised on the 3rd of January.
Yeah.
And the first SAGE meeting was on the 22nd of January 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we see also at paragraph 2.5 going back that SAGE met 105 times from January 2020 to February 2022. And that's the longest continual period for which it had been convened since its inception.
Yes, by a very long way.
And in terms of the volume of work, and it's tucked away in that paragraph there, over 1,200 papers were produced or considered by SAGE by April 2022. So a huge amount of work was done.
That is correct, yeah.
And it's fair to say this was an unprecedented time for Go Science and the team which you led supporting SAGE. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we were a very small organisation going into this, 60 people in total. SAGE team was 5 people, as I recall. By the end of April, we had, I think, around 80 people just working on Sage 24/7. And I think I'd just like to say here that, I mean, what really formed Sage was two sets of people, huge numbers of academics, I think almost 200 in total, who gave their time for free. And then officials from within Go Science, cross-government, and many of the government science agencies who joined us, again, to give up their time. And I want to say a huge thank you to both groups of people, and particularly the independent scientists who gave their time for free.
So in relation to what you say, the SAGE group, in terms of secretariat, there was a massive scaling up in relation to that.
It was. We had to grow very quickly in just a month or two.
Drawing upon other colleagues in other departments in the civil service?
So really, four routes. We switched off most of what Go Science did elsewhere and steered most of our staff towards it. There was a cross-government mechanism for getting staff from elsewhere in place that we got some people from, but it quickly ran out. We brought in a lot of mid-career academics, including some who worked with some of the SAGE participants. And then the biggest cohort was we put out a call to, there was also science fast streamers, but the biggest cohort was from science government agencies, so Met Office, DSTL, and particularly the Environment Agency, who gave us an awful lot of people. So they just came to our help, and I can't thank them enough.
And in terms of the composition, we see at paragraph 2.6 that the GCSA, the Chief Scientific Officer, and the CMO, the Chief Medical Officer, assembled a group of experts from key disciplines, particularly medicine, public health, epidemiology, virology, and behavioural science. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what role did a Chief Medical Officer have in SAGE? Was he originally meant to be involved in SAGE? Was that something in the original parameters, or was he brought in?
No, he was always involved right from the start. And I mean, the working assumption is that for a health emergency, the CMO is the co-chair. I mean, in effect, Patrick Vallance acted primarily as the chair in most of the meetings. Chris would be a very sort of active, Chris Whitty, sorry, a very active participant in support of him. There were occasions when Chris Whitty would take on the sort of full chairing role as well.
And in terms of the members, you mentioned, you've touched upon that there were SAGE members, experts in their field, both within government, other departments, and also outside government. And the latter group were doing this pro bono. This was a public service for free.
That's exactly right. As things went on for a long time, for some of them, I think it was in the autumn of 2020, we paid their universities to be able to backfill their roles because they didn't have time to do their teaching duties. So we paid for their teaching duties to be covered by others, some of them.
And the workload, without labouring this too much, but the workload in relation to those SAGE members, they were working all day, evenings, weekends. Is that fair?
It was incredibly hard for everybody. I mean, the pandemic had an absolutely huge effect on everyone. And I just want to acknowledge sort of the grief of the families who are here today and all of the awful sort of impacts that has happened to the people that you know. It affected all of us in absolutely terrible ways. And I greatly respect your bravery in bringing this all to light. For our people working on this, yes, the academics and the officials, it was very long hours, very long days for months on end.
If I could move on to paragraph 2.13, 213, page 12. You mentioned that as the pandemic response grew, an official from each department was invited to attend SAGE, and there was other departmental officials, Cabinet Office, DHC, HM, Treasury, and number 10 attended as observers to allow them to hear the discussion directly, to feed in any required policy perspectives and to ask questions. You mentioned that it did not contribute to scientific advice, that this is normal practice. Just want to hone in on the part of that passage where you say that they would feed in any required policy perspective. What do you mean by that?
So This is good practice for science advisory committees generally. Government operates a huge range of policy advisory committees. SAGE is just one for emergencies. Officials like this, I think, need to attend for two reasons. One, in case they need to provide that context as to what the policy challenges are. What are the issues that they think the government is contending with and struggling with? And that can help with what sorts of science advice might need to be provided. But let me be clear, SAGE commissions itself foremost in two ways. It gets commissioned in two ways. The first is that it will get asked things by the policy customers, Cabinet Office, and in this case, Department of Health, but it also self-tasks what it considers to be the scientific challenges and questions it tasks itself. But for these sorts of officials, it's good for them to be there to frame what they think the policy challenges are. That helps the committee. But also, it's good for them to hear the discussion. So that then when they are back trying to weave together, as should happen in the best of times, different forms of advice, they have a better understanding of what the scientists are actually saying.
Thank you.
So it's both reactive and proactive. I think I've heard other witnesses suggest it was only reactive to questions it's posed.
It was mainly reactive, but at the start, you might ask, for example, if there was a particular item on, I don't know, say in the autumn, on sort of, should we have another lockdown or MPIs or whatever, they might be asked at the start of the agenda item, could you give us a sense, Cabinet Office representative, of what's the policy challenges at the moment? That would sometimes happen.
I'm going to revisit this topic in part 2 and
Yeah.
discuss strategic direction and whether there was sufficient strategic direction.
Yeah.
But let's move on to structure. And in terms of structure, there was SAGE and there was a number of subgroups. And perhaps we could just bring up a very brief organogram which might assist in relation to that. That's INQ, and we have it just there. Thank you very much. You mentioned in your evidence, in your written statements, that some pre-existing specialist groups of experts were called upon. And that includes, I'm going to use the acronym first, SPI-M. We see that tucked away there, I hope. SPI-M on the list. Right in front of me.
They are.
It's a Scientific Pandemic Insight Groups on Modelling. So there's a pre-existing group in relation to that, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was activated. What was the role, briefly, of SPI-M, just to assist a member of the public to understand what SPI-M did?
So SPI-M is a committee that stands all the time that the Department of Health run, and it advises them on, it provides modelling of potential diseases. When some kind of disease, significant disease outbreak is coming, the SPI-MO, which I think stands for operations,
Correct,
gets activated by Department of Health and provides sort of rapid modelling for the Department of Health and PHE.
And this became a subgroup of SAGE in January 2020.
That's correct.
And am I correct in understanding the chair were Professor Edmonds and Professor Angela McLean?
Yes, originally it was just, no, it wasn't Professor, it was Graham Medley was
Medley,
the chair.
yep, yes.
And Angela got made co-chair, I think, sometime in March.
Next acronym, which was a pre-existing subgroup, NERV tag.
That's right.
We see that in front of us. So NERV tag means New and Emergency Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group. Perhaps we can see why it's called NERV tag.
That's right.
And again, what was the role of NERV tag?
So again, another existing group that meets anyway. I think it's actually a statutory group and run by the Department of Health and PHE, now UK Health Security Agency. And this provides not just modelling advice, but they have virologists and geneticists and various kinds to advise on a wide range of emerging respiratory viruses.
And am I right in understanding that Professor Horby was the chair?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, there's a number of other subgroups which were set up by SAGE. You'd be pleased to know I'm not going to ask you about every single one of those. I'm going to touch upon some of those, please. But let's, as a general point, why were other subgroups set up?
First of all, I'd say that not all of these groups here were set up by SAGE. So some of them were set up elsewhere, and they were doing their own jobs, but SAGE would draw on their expertise and what they were doing. So COSIN, at the bottom left, the PHE Serology Working Group, were set up independently, but we made use of them anyway. But subgroups as the pandemic grew and the needs of government to understand what was happening, and as more data and science emerged, and remember in January we knew next to nothing, but as gradually more data, more science emerged, you could make more sense of things.
Would it help if I went through a few examples? Might help. So we got general. You've made the distinction that some were set up elsewhere, but would feed in.
That's right.
And then some were set up as a result of the needs of government. And let's go to 3 examples,
Please.
which we'll hear evidence about this week and next week.
Excellent.
SPI-B, which is on that list as well. B being the significant word behaviours, the Scientific Pandemic Insights Group on Behaviours. What was the role of SPI-B?
So SPI-B had been activated, I understand, in the during swine flu, and had been run by the Department of Health, but we took this on here, and it really is to bring together a wide range of social scientists to provide that social science and behavioural advice to government. So an understanding of how different groups might react, and to hopefully to aid communication. So particularly as advice got steered towards non-pharmaceutical interventions, as well as public health and epidemiology being important, you need to understand how people are going to react as well.
So to summarise the evidence in your statement and to assist you, we don't need to turn to it, but you mention in your second statement, paragraph 1.9, that behavioural and social science was recognised as an important component of the overall scientific understanding and advice during the pandemic response. And we will hear from the co-chairs, Professor Rubin and Yardley, shortly. And you said that SAGE discussions included behavioural science advice throughout the period when SAGE was active. And in fact, Professor Rubin attended the first SAGE meeting in January 2020.
That's right.
And subsequent meetings. And SPI-B, the subgroup, the SAGE subgroup, was set up formally on the 24th of February 2020 to provide independent expert advice.
That's right.
In relation to behavioural advice provided to government, to your knowledge, was SPI-B the only source of that type of scientific advice?
No, I don't think it was. There's a lot of social scientists within different departments in government. PHE, Department of Health, Cabinet Office, all had social scientists, and in particular, Cabinet Office also had the Behavioural Insights team, who also providing advice. But those organisations would come and input to SPI-B, but I imagine many of them were providing advice themselves.
And the Behavioural Insights team was led by Professor David Halpern, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we'll be hearing from him later on in this module. The next group is the ethnicity subgroup. And in fact, we've already heard from the chair of that group.
Yeah.
Professor Cunsey gave evidence yesterday. And that was set up on the 22nd of August 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Perhaps we can bring up your statement, your second statement, at paragraph 2.40, please. And dealing with the question of those from ethnic groups and the impact of COVID on them. So if you look at paragraph 2.40 on page 18, please. You mention that the understanding of the impact of COVID on at-risk and vulnerable groups developed through the pandemic and was considered frequently by SAGE. And you add some groups were at increased risk of infection. You talk about employment-related exposure, others were at increased risk of poor outcomes, such as hospitalisation and death, or long COVID once infected. You talk about the mix of reasons why that was. You also mention at 2.42 that COSIN, and that was one of the subgroups you mentioned that fed into SAGE. And this is data that was established in February 2020. And that catalogued data from laboratory-confirmed cases of COVID admitted to UK hospitals. And that data indicated increased mortality in black ethnic groups compared to white ethnic groups in April 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're probably aware from the wider material is that there was a public health England report published in June 2020 about the impact of COVID on BME groups.
Yeah.
And there was an updated report in August 2020 regarding the disparities in risk and outcomes of COVID-19. So drawing that background together, we've got the data in February 2020, we've got the PHE reports in June 20, updated in August 2020. What do you say to the suggestion that the ethnicity subgroup should have been set up before August 2020?
I don't think I'd agree with that. A consideration of BME and indeed impacts on any underrepresented group is incredibly important. And Patrick Valence's statement for Module 2 lays out very clearly, sort of over several pages, sort of when SAGE looks at issues to do with different groups, right back to early February. I mean, what this shows to me is that the NHS, PHE were considering these issues and trying to build them into their work. It was only as we got into later in the summer that there was enough information for SAGE to form a subgroup to look at this. There might be value in considering setting up these kinds of things earlier. I guess a challenge is, would a greater focus from SAGE or another group earlier have led to greater interrogation of the data? Maybe so, but data was light. So I think that is something to reflect on, and that within the system across science advice, whether it's DH or PHE or SAGE, maybe there should have been some earlier consideration there. But SAGE wasn't really asked to get involved with this until that time.
So just unpacking that, there's a lot in there. So SAGE wasn't asked to look at the impact on ethnic groups before August 2020, number one. And in reflecting upon it, you think that perhaps there would have been benefit if there was earlier focus on it.
So SAGE did provide advice earlier on this issue, and Patrick's statement lays this out, and there's quite clearly an example of April there. I don't know the extent to which PHE and COSIN and others how much they were investigating ethnicity before this. But I think there probably is a lesson around, across that consideration of public health and science and statistical information, was the right focus brought early enough, I think is a reasonable question.
And the last point, just to unpack on those series of answers, is data. You mentioned that maybe there wasn't sufficient data, in your view, which allowed the focus that you think perhaps should have been placed.
Data generally was a real challenge, particularly for the first year, I would say, of the pandemic. I mean, it's been, I think, well documented in Module 1. There were not the surveillance systems in place going into this, so the ability to gather data in the first place was highly limited early on, and then the ability to share data across the NHS and PHE and then with academics was also very limited, and that extended to any data relating to ethnicity and everything else. So data sharing, or data gathering and then sharing, were real challenges that hampered the ability of scientists to research and understand.
And just dealing with that last point about data sharing, it's been commented in other publications that SAGE in particular had difficulties with receiving data from intergovernment departments right up until May or June 2020. Was that the position?
Yes, that's correct. And I think Ian Diamond spoke very well about the challenges in that and some of the potential solutions earlier this week.
Final group, I would like subgroup, like your assistance upon, because we're going to hear from a member who was on that group, is Environmental Modelling Group, the EMG, which included in itself a subgroup, so a subgroup of the subgroup, the Transmission Working Group. Yeah. So we got the EMG, the Environmental Modelling Group, was established in April 2020, and that was to provide science advice on modes of transmission.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the EMG Transmission subgroup was established in January 2021. And you mention in your statement, we don't need to turn to it, is that was to examine further the evidence around transmission in real-world settings, including where transmission was happening. What does that mean?
So, as by that point, the data and the evidence that we had more data around how the virus was moving in real-world settings, like, for example, workplaces or public transport or hairdressers, whatever. All these things matter quite a lot because it's where people tend to meet. So by this stage, quite a lot more science and evidence was emerging. So a subgroup was set up to make more sense of that emerging science and data and to be able to help inform more advice.
So January 21, we were in the third lockdown, January 21.
Yeah.
Was the work of the EMG transmission subgroup there to inform the relaxation of the lockdown and the pathway out of lockdown 3?
I've struggled to recall, if I'm honest, on that. I don't think we'd have framed it in that way. I think it would have been more, look, there's more science and data. There's obviously a range of NPIs underway in the country. So let's make sense of the science and data that's emerged and try and provide policymakers with a clearer sense of what it says.
We went through a number of the subgroups. We in fact touched upon long COVID when we were talking about the impact on certain groups.
Yeah.
But we'll see that there wasn't a subgroup for long COVID. What was one set up in relation to long COVID?
Not to my knowledge, no. I mean, I'd presume that was set up within the Department of Health and PHE are focused on that. I mean, I hone in a little bit on the name, Science Advisory Group for Emergencies. It's supposed to be a short-term mechanism. But I would have expected long COVID to be covered through the Department of Health and PHE.
But from your perspective, as Chief Executive Go Science for SAGE, which is operational for the longest it's ever been, there wasn't a long COVID subgroup set up during that 2-year period?
No.
Was Go Science asked to consider the risk and advice, the risk and impact on those who had long COVID during your time there?
I don't recall. We would need to go back and check the records.
Okay. I'm going to move on now to another topic in part A, which is advice. And you touched upon this already about how scientific advice was sought, commissioned is your word for it, correct?
That's correct.
And that would normally come from, is that paragraph 2.19 of your first statement? It would normally come from the Cabinet Office via COBRA.
That's correct.
Is that correct? That was the primary commissioner. And in due course, that evolved, did it not, with, it perhaps came from the COVID task force in the autumn of 2020?
That's correct.
And in terms of how advice was provided to ministers, is it right that it was twofold? First of all, the minutes, which we've already dealt with, significant.
That's correct.
And secondly, advice from the Government Chief Scientific Advisor and the Chief Medical Officer.
Yes, when they were presenting orally to ministers.
Yes. So is that combination of oral advice combined with the underlining written material which is set out in the minutes?
That's exactly right.
And we talked about confidence in terms of minutes. It's right, isn't it, that degrees of confidence in advice, such as high, medium and low, were introduced and included in minutes? And was it the case that it wasn't at the outset that degree of confidence was included, but it was by SAGE 4, the 4th of February, it was added?
That's correct. I think earlier we might have tried to reflect it just generally in the drafting of the minutes, but we moved to that more formal grading at that point.
So advice will include that level of confidence, high, medium and low, as we touched upon. Publication of advice and analysis. And perhaps we could turn to your statement in relation to this at paragraph 2.32, page 15. And I can summarise that as we're waiting to bring it up. But in previous emergencies, SAGE minutes normally were not published at the time of the crises.
Yeah.
But they would follow on once the crises or emergency had concluded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was normal. It wasn't exclusive to the position, but that was normally the way forward.
That's correct, yeah.
And in relation to the pandemic, you mentioned at paragraph 2.33 that a batch of SAGE papers was published on the 20th of March on gov.uk and then on the 30th of March. So there was initial papers were published on the 20th and 30th of March.
Yeah.
And then in due course, you mentioned at 2.35 that all the meeting minutes were published by the 29th of May 2020.
That's correct.
The topic of transparency and providing those minutes has been subject to a lot of public debate.
Yeah.
And there's been questions as to whether it was right 2 months after the first lockdown for those minutes and the participants to be published. So a couple of questions against that backdrop.
Sure.
First of all, who decided that the minutes and participants would be published?
So that will have been Cabinet Officer number 10 who decided. The recommendation from the government chief scientist and ourselves was to publish.
Was there any initial resistance from government as to publishing the advice?
I'm not sure I'd regard it as resistance. It was right to publish, and I think it was right to publish for two reasons. Firstly, this was an event that was affecting everybody. And so it's right in a situation like that, in my view, to be transparent about the decisions on which decisions are being made. The second reason, which is more to do with science, is that scientists, it's a great quality, like to challenge and engage and debate. And they can more readily engage in that if you publish the SAGE minutes and the associated papers. I think there were three problems of publishing, though, we were worried about, all of which came to pass. All of which relate to if you only publish the SAGE minutes and not anything else within government. So the first is that we were concerned that it would lead to greater abuse of the scientists who were supporting us, and it did. So we had to put in place a lot of mechanisms to support them. The second challenge, in our mind, which I think also came to pass, is that it would lead to an unbalanced understanding in debate in Parliament and the media. They were only seeing one form of advice. They were not seeing economics or operational or policy advice. They were only seeing one form of advice. And I think that did have a negative impact. The third reason is that it reduced the amount of time that policy and decision makers had to make decisions. Now they managed that, but at times I imagine that felt challenging for them. So it was the right thing to publish, and that was the right thing, but there were challenges, as I've just outlined. And I think all of those problems came to pass. But hopefully that's some lessons that can be learned for the future.
So it was transparency, but at a cost?
Yes, but it was the right thing to do, but there should have been more transparency on other forms of advice.
Because one of the issues is to ensure there is a safe space for scientific debate and advice to take place.
Yeah, and I'm very sorry to all of our SAGE participants who received abuse. It affected a lot of them to a very large extent. And some of them you'll be interviewing, and I hope they're honest about that. I worry that this situation may have put off other academics from coming forward to help government in future. So Go Science put in place a great new set of arrangements around comm support, well-being support, counselling, security advice and support, which felt like we should never really have had to do them, but we had to provide that. I think in future events, that might be something that the whole of government might want to think about how we can provide that more fully for these amazing experts who are given their time for free.
In terms of advice, one tangential point I just want your assistance upon is that we've got members who are on a subgroup, we've got members who are on a SAGE group, and we know that the vanguard of that is the chief scientific advisor and chief medical advisor giving that advice to politicians. What do you say to the complaints by those on the subgroup or even on SAGE that they never really knew how their advice was considered or flowed into decision making?
I understand their concerns, and I think we could have been better at times at we and Cabinet Office could have been better at times at communicating things back to them. That did get better in the autumn of 2020 once Cabinet Office had a stronger analytical unit who really helped engage the experts on that. But I think those concerns from a lot of our experts were heightened because the SAGE advice was very public, and that was being clear what was going in, but nothing else was. So although the SAGE advice was public, the other forms of advice, the basis on which decisions were taken, was not. So as an expert on a SAGE committee, you're left in a situation where your advice is public, but then a different decision is made, not apparently in line with that, and they're left thinking, well, why? They were not able to see that because nothing else was published.
Can I just go back to the point about the dreadful abuse of people, as you say, who gave their time and a great deal of time free to try and serve the public? Is one possible answer revealing the nature of the specialty of the scientific advisors without naming them, or does that not meet the test of openness?
That could be one way to go. That could be a way to go. I was surprised, and maybe they think differently individually, when we did ask the SAGE participants, are you happy to be named? They all said yes.
Well, they didn't know what was going to come.
Yeah, maybe so. And I also think you'd have different views on that. I mean, people are different, and some people have got thicker skins than others. I mean, that could be a good way to go. I mean, that might be right.
I mentioned that the chief scientific advisor and the chief medical officer were at the vanguard of advice at central government, and especially that oral advice. And it's right, isn't it? They attended numerous key meetings.
Yeah.
You've summarised these in your statement, and perhaps I could do that here.
Yeah.
The cabinet, they would attend cabinet meetings on occasion by invitation, COBRA meetings, and the various ministerial implementation groups, the MIGs, which we'll hear about in due course, which was one of the structures for decision making, which was implemented in April, May 2020. And they were succeeded by something called COVID-O and COVID-S. COVID-O for operations and COVID-S strategy. They were the new structures which were brought in, and again, they attended those and provided advice. And then there was regular updates or meetings, bilateral meetings with the Prime Minister on occasion, or at Prime Ministerial dashboard meetings, which took place on certain mornings in Downing Street. And also at Quad meetings, which would be the meetings involving the Prime Minister, Chancellor, Health Secretary, and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
Yeah.
So in terms of that vanguard, they would attend multiple key decision-making meetings and provide that advice.
Yeah, that's correct.
In terms of other areas of work which were undertaken, and a huge amount of work was undertaken, but you mentioned sometimes that there was other entities or organisations which SAGE would call upon. And an example perhaps of this is the Academy of Medical Sciences, the AMS. And they were commissioned to prepare a report preparing for a challenging winter 2020 to 21.
Yeah.
And that was published in July 2020. And they did the same for the next winter.
Yeah.
What was the rationale upon commissioning the Academy to do that work and to publish that report?
So we have Go Science always has a good relationship with all the scientific academies, and particularly the four main ones: the Academy of Medical Sciences, the Royal Society, the Royal Academy of Engineering, and the British Academy. And they, like the rest of the scientific community, were keen to help with the national effort. In this case of AMS, it was felt, look, with the networks they've got of the best medical scientists in the UK, SAGE is still embroiled in the sort of very much the day-to-day advice that's needed. We asked AMS to look a bit longer term and work with its members to produce an independent report on this, which they did, and then you're right, in the subsequent year. So that was a great example of the wider academic community working to produce a slightly longer-looking report than SAGE would have been able to at that point.
It wasn't the longest period to be horizon scanning for, but
No.
it was really there to try to assist, was it, decision makers in terms of considering the issues?
That's correct.
And were these reports, to your knowledge, highlighted to governments and key decision makers?
Yes. So I recall that for a range of these from the large academies, when they came out, we would communicate them within government, say, look, go take a look at this report that's been produced. For some of them, we may have offered teach-ins on them and arranged for the academies to speak to policymakers. I can't recall if that one happened with this one or not, but generally we tried to make sure that they were known. But to what extent they were picked up, I can't say.
You can't say whether there is traction or capacity in relation to considering those reports.
I think others would have to answer that.
A discrete subtopic is the relationship between GoScience and SAGE with the devolved administrations, which you touch upon in your statement. You mentioned this at paragraph 6.1 of your first statement, page 28, that the devolved administration representatives were regular attendees of SAGE and that they received all SAGE minutes and papers at the same time as Whitehall departments. Pausing there for a moment, was there a little bit of an issue that they didn't get the first few minutes of SAGE?
A little, perhaps. So representatives from all of the DAs were invited, I think, from the 11th of February. And that was usually a range of participants from the DAs. So that was SAGE 6. Before then, all of them will have received the minutes. Might have been a slight problem with Northern Ireland. So the minutes go in sort of two directions. They will go to Cabinet Office and then to COBRA. All of the DAs were on COBRA and would have received them at that point. They also went across the Chief Scientists Network as well. So Scottish and Welsh CSAs would have received them right from the start. Northern Ireland did not have a singular CSA at that point, so they would have not received them through that route initially. However, from February 11th, they would have done. Northern Ireland do now have a CSA, I should say, on that.
Just pausing there, and I'm very grateful. So in terms of the coordination and distribution of information, two mechanisms. Number one, the minutes. And number two, that there were attendees or at the SAGE meetings. Exactly.
And I think that's important. So I'll take a step back. Usually in a crisis situation, the DAs get involved at COBRA and they receive all the information, they can make sense of it and do what they want, and that happened here. SAGE is not a body to represent all parts of the country. It's there to get the experts together who need to be there to advise on particular matters. As it became clear the scale of the pandemic, but also that the devolved governments might be making different decisions on the back of it, it was right to have the chief scientists and the chief medical officers from all the nations there, because they might need to, in their own governments, talk about the SAGE advice in depth. So it was right to involve them from that early stage.
And it's implicit in your answer, but each of the devolved administrations had their own chief scientific advisor.
Northern Ireland did not at that point.
They had a departmental chief
right.
scientific advisor.
That's right.
But for the other nations, they had their own independent advice.
Exactly.
And there was coordination, was there not, between the CSAs, asterisks, not Northern Ireland?
Well, Northern Ireland, quite quickly, their health CSA filled that space, from early February. And coordination with the CSAs happened in two ways from within GoScience and probably more ways elsewhere. So there's the CSA's network, which meets every Wednesday all of the time. It's a great group for bringing together all the chief scientists from the UK government and the devolved administrations to support each other and to learn together. But in relation to COVID, as it really took off as well, we established a mechanism called the Science Coordination Group in May of 2020, which wasn't to discuss science, but it brought together the chairs of all the subcommittees, PHE, the CSAs and the devolved administrations, key chief scientists from government, to coordinate who was doing what and what was going to what committee.
Thank you.
Separately, I mean, others will answer this. I know the CMOs met regularly. To what extent PHE engaged with their counterparts, I do not know.
Okay. We're going to pause there for a moment. In 60 minutes, we've dealt with the first part, explaining, that's not apologies at all, hopefully we've met our first challenge to try to explain how the science structures worked in terms of Go Science, SAGE, the subgroups, how advice was commissioned, and then moving on to the attendance of those key advisors at key decision makers and how the devolved administrations fitted in. So I'm very grateful in relation to that. In the remaining time, I want to turn to part 2, which is some of the work which has been done and an analysis which has been done in relation to the issues which you faced over those 2+ years in your role during as Chief Executive. Could we turn to the Institute for Government reports, Science Advice in a Crisis, which is dated December 2020. That's INQ *0 63070. Whilst we're waiting for that to be brought up, and it just is, you're familiar with this report.
Yes, I am.
And you've had the opportunity to refresh your memory
That's
of it.
right.
And it's no doubt something which, whilst in your role, you considered with care, one assumes.
Of course.
And if we could turn, please, to page 5 of that report. And the 4th paragraph is probably worth by way as a preface. It says this: no system would have been flawless in responding to such an emergency. It is easy to criticise decisions with the benefit of hindsight, while decision makers and those advising them had to respond very fast. That's a feature you make, a comment you make in your statement, that we have to consider the context of decision making. Nevertheless, our research has identified some clear problems. While there are improvements those providing scientific advice should reflect on, the biggest concerns are the way the government uses advice and the way it communicates it. And I'm going to ask you questions really regarding the sort of Go Science, SAGE aspect. Under a few topics, if I may, just to help you. The first topic is strategy. And if we have that page open and pan out, please. Second last, in fact, the last paragraph. This is the decision-making at the centre of government was too often chaotic, and ministers failed to clearly communicate their priorities to science advisors. This was most acute in initial months, but a lack of clarity about objectives persisted through the release of the first lockdown to recent decisions over the second lockdown at regional tiers. Pausing there. So in terms of strategy, do you have any comments to make in relation to that? Did you find, as the Chief Executive, that there was issues regarding the failure to clearly communicate priorities to scientific advisors?
Yes, I'd agree with much of the tenor of this this paragraph from the Institute for Government. I think it changed over time. I think initially, I'm not quite sure where to start.
At the beginning?
Yeah, it's a very good place to start. So I think this went through quite different phases. I mean, I think in the early couple of months, there was actually some good examples of trying to bring together departments, the NHS, experts, try and understand what was going on and to try and formulate advice. But things were evolving so quickly that you have to manage the evidential, the policy, the political quite closely to be able to navigate that and adapt your objectives as you go. So there were some good attempts to do that, and initially there were people I'd say, were in Cabinet Office in the first few months who understood how to interact with science fairly well. But it was an extraordinary situation, and whether the formulation of national objectives was clear enough, I'm not sure that it was. I think then there was a phase from afterwards the change in governance to the MIGs, when I think the formulation of science commissioning from the centre got quite chaotic for quite some time.
This is about May 2020.
April, May 2020. Gradually got better through the summer, and then got a lot better, I think, when a much stronger analysis unit was created in the C19 Secretariat in the autumn. Again, that was rebuilding Cabinet Officers' capacity to engage in science, evidence and analysis and statistics, and then the questions got better. One of the documents you sent me last night to look at was parts of Neil Ferguson's statement, and I agree with much of the analysis in that, not quite all, but much of it. And within that, he said that the setting of objectives was often very short term, when there was setting of objectives, and I agree with that. I think it had to be initially. You know, in a very fast-moving event, sometimes you do need to just look at the here and now to an extent. But that setting of longer-term objectives, I agree, was absent for quite some time. However, I recall, I can't remember if it was March or April, that there were attempts to set a longer-term strategy. I remember Mark Sedwell commissioning the now permanent Secretary of FCDO, Philip Barton, to lead work to look at a long-term strategy. That looked good to me,
Okay,
but it seemed to disappear.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to page 18 to perhaps give an illustration of the issue which was being experienced. So page 18 of that report, please. And the second last paragraph. Stage members told us that in autumn they were still unclear about the government's thinking, despite the new COVID cabinet committees having been created in June with the aim of clarifying decision making. One interviewee described the conversation between ministers and Sage as circular. Ministers said, "What should we do?" And scientists said, "Well, what do you want to achieve?" Some back and forth is necessary to refine questions. The scientists said ministers' objectives remained unclear throughout the crisis. What do you say in relation to that? Is that a valid observation?
I think it is for that point in time. I think it was a little better earlier, prior to mid-March, and it was better later. I think you need much more discussion across policy officials, operators of key services, and experts at these times to help determine what it is you are aiming for. And I'm not sure there was enough people in Cabinet Office with scientific skills at this point who understood how to try and frame the questions.
We're going to move on to framing the questions in a moment, but this is a wider point, really,
Yeah.
isn't it, in terms of strategic direction. Let's move on to commissioning then, which is the next point, which really flows on from your answer. If we return back, please, to page 5, and that paragraph we had looked at the outset, the bottom paragraph. And it says this: at times the process of commissioning advice, Cobra asking questions for Sage to answer, did not work well, with advisors' ability to provide useful answers hampered by poorly formulated questions. Though, your point, this improved as the crisis went on. Is that correct, that there was, especially at the outset, poorly formulated questions in terms of seeking advice?
I think that's right. I actually think it wasn't so bad very early on, although I think the scale of what people had to contend with meant that it was hard to formulate the question. So early on, as you discovered in Module 1, there weren't sufficient plans for things like non-pharmaceutical interventions in place, and I agree with the analysis of many people in Module 1 that PHE did not go in with sufficient capacity. into this. In that context, to shift from a position where I think no one ever believed sort of a lockdown could happen in a society like ours to it happening, you had to overcome a lot of public health and policy and political beliefs and dogma. That was hard. And I think needed to involve scientists, policy officials, politicians engaging closely. But the commissioning of advice did get quite chaotic and poorly formulated from March through into the summer, and then got better again in the autumn.
If we could turn to page 19 of this report, independent report, and you touched upon speed as one of the issues. And at page 19, the penultimate paragraph, the government was also slow to seek advice from SAGE on issues where it was evident sometime in advance that difficult policy decisions would have to be made. It gives an example about return of students to universities and how SAGE was not commissioned to look at this until it was almost too late. Members told us that since they were not asked for advice on some key issues, they started to set some of their own research questions based on what they thought would be useful to policymakers. So two questions flow from that. Firstly, was that right in your view that the government was on occasion slow to seek advice from SAGE on issues?
I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. I think by this point, we talked about the lack of capacity of PHE and others going into this situation. And SAGE had to grow into something that it was never meant to be, to fill some of the gaps that were just not there going into the pandemic. We didn't have a lot of standing public health capacity on the scale that we needed it going into the pandemic. So a mixture of academic volunteers and small number of officials filled that gap. I mean, this is the kind of example when you might want a SAGE view, but you might just want to, in a better situation, you might want to draw on your public health experts within your public health agency. So maybe they were slow to seek scientific advice, but whether SAGE advice was needed, I think, is a question.
Well, let's examine that for a moment. SAGE grew into something it wasn't ever meant to be. Was it a case that there was a vacuum which SAGE had to fill because other departments were unable or perceived to be unable to fill that?
I think I mostly agree with that. I suppose the feeling for us through late February and into March was a feeling of other parts of government either not being there or not being allowed to be there in some cases. But science, technical advice, public health advice was needed, and we had to grow our structures to be able to provide that. That wasn't out of design, certainly not by desire, but I think it was out of necessity.
You've hinted at it, but was PHE one of those organisations which you would have thought would have been asked to do some of the work which SAGE undertook?
That's correct.
Is that a convenient moment, Mr. Keating?
Very convenient, thank you.
You're all right if we take a break. You've got time
course.
this morning. Very well, I shall return at 11:30. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Keating.
Yes, Medley, thank you.
Oh, sorry, there was just one matter I wanted to raise, Dr. Wainwright. You said earlier that the representatives of the devolved nations attended SAGE and COBRA. Was that throughout? Was it that they were invited to attend, but...
So for SAGE, from SAGE 6 in February 11th, they were always invited to attend. Whether they did or not, the minutes will show that. COBRA, I mean, people from Cabinet Office would have to confirm that. My understanding was that they were always invited, but it's possible I may have that wrong.
We'll check that. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Keating.
Not at all, my lady. Dr. Wainwright, we're coming to the end. Just on this part 2 of your evidence, there's 3 more topics I'd like your assistance on before giving you an opportunity at the end to reflect upon what went well, in your view, and what could be learned by way of lessons. So in terms of the next topic, which flows from what we discussed before the break, you mentioned SAGE grew into something it was not meant to be. Let's look at the IFG report, please, at page 6. Thank you. So page 6, that'll be the 3rd paragraph. And in terms of issues which were thrown up, it says SAGE was not designed to take on such a prolonged role. At this stage, December 2020, it only met 70 times. And drawing back from what you said just before the break, was that a fundamental difficulty that SAGE was scaling up to do something it was never meant to do over a prolonged period of time?
Yes, but out of necessity, I think we had to do it at this point. But I think, a lesson to learn from this is to try and make sure your public health agency and the Department of Health has sufficient capacity and capability to perform all the roles that might happen in other nations.
So just pausing there for a moment, because you've mentioned the word capacity of PHE as Public Health England at that time. And SAGE had to scale up to fill this lack of capacity. Why was it not the case, from your understanding, that PHE did not scale up to meet this challenge?
So I think for a couple of reasons. I think you've got an issue about capacity, capability, and trust. And I think Go Science, the system it was able to put in place, was able to deliver on those. I think we were able to deliver the capability, 3 sorts of capability. We were able to draw on the real international experts through our academic experts, so the people who really knew their stuff. Secondly, we had sufficient people inside Go Science who understood science and policy. That's the capability that we had, but we had to grow it. Thirdly, we had people who understood how to operate in a crisis, and we needed that. So we had the capability, particularly that academic capability. Trust, others will have to comment on this, but we had the trust of Number 10 and Cabinet Office, I think because we provided that capability.
And from your dealings, bear in mind you had to scale up SAGE. Were you aware of concerns regarding the lack of capability or confidence in PHE to deal with this crisis?
Yes, I think I was aware of the lack of sort of capacity and capability in PHE. Even from previous roles I'd seen, they have some wonderful people in PHE, but it always seemed very thin on what was available. The issue of trust, others will have to comment on that, but my perception in February and March is that gradually the centre began to trust what Go Science and SAGE were doing, and possibly not other parts. But I don't know the reasons for that.
No. Next topic is composition and challenge. And if we could turn over to page 7, please. Top of page 7. And again, it's one of these features we've touched upon already, and it's not something which is perhaps surprising to you in terms of as a criticism, but it says this: the GCSA and CMO should reflect, however, on a criticism that there could have been more challenge built into the scientific advice process. Whilst they clearly thought hard about how to do this, scientists inside and outside government argue that SAGE has still been dominated by too narrow a group of medical scientists and modelers at the expense of others, such as external public health experts. And it says that this was a criticism made in the past about previous SAGE. And public health experts, again, is something which is touched upon a number of times as an area where there seemed to be a lack of expertise. What do you say in relation to that criticism?
I think this is actually quite complicated. I don't. There is a challenge here, but I don't think the solution is quite as simple as what's being suggested here. So, first of all, do I think SAGE had challenge within it? Absolutely. I mean, the way that it worked, the individual academic groups would be challenging themselves and each other. They'd bring things to subgroups and challenge each other there. They'd bring it to SAGE and challenge each other more. And we drew on more and more experts, almost 200 for SAGE alone over time. But I think, as we've said already, that as SAGE was so prominent and maybe leaned on more than it should have been, it meant that some of the areas where you might have had drawn on more experts on public health within PHE structures, we've given SAGE more of an ability to challenge those, which might be a better system. I think that is something to reflect on. So I think a lot of challenge happened within SAGE in the system, but I think given so much focus on using SAGE, I think you reduced its role to sort of challenge other parts of the system where other forms of advice might have been brought to bear much more.
I'd like to turn to page 33, which draws out the fact that this is a complicated area, to use your terminology. Perhaps starting at the top of page 33, and we touched upon the subgroups earlier on this morning in our first part of your evidence. It says there that the subcommittees, the subgroups, played an important role in giving SAGE depth and analytical capacity, and that there is a strong case in such a broad-based crisis for using them to ensure a wide range of disciplines are contributing to advice. So a positive comment there, and perhaps something to consider when we're looking at diversity and composition.
Absolutely.
If we pull out then into the wider page for a moment, it says this in the middle of the second paragraph, that your organisation, the Government Office for Science, launched wider initiatives to incorporate a range of expertise and challenge. So this is something which was identified you did prior to December 2020.
Yeah.
Very briefly, what did you do to draw upon a greater range of expertise and create challenge?
Yeah, so this is something that I think we improved on as we went. In the early days of the pandemic, this is before people were using Teams and Zoom. And so we were constrained a bit by, had to get the right experts in a room or on a phone line. It seems odd to be saying that now. But that was a slight constraining factor. So we worked with CMO and PHE to try and get the right experts there. And there were a lot of public health experts there. The switch to more electronic ways of working, although it was a challenge to do it initially, helped us draw in many more people. I mean, you still have to keep the meetings practical and only draw together the experts that you need, but it allowed us to go to many other parts of the country and other institutions to draw on people. We, in Go Science, we did a process of regular reviews of how we were doing. The first one was kicked off in March 2020, and we did those regularly to have a process of continuous learning, and that's now been built in Government Office for Science into an active programme called the SAGE Development Programme to keep it live, to keep us always getting better. One of the issues that was drawn out in that learning early on was a need to draw on academics from a greater range of institutions, and also to build in more diversity in terms of their backgrounds as well. So that was gradually improved and was built into our thinking from there. But I try to think about sort of what the inquiry might conclude. Do I think the early stages had enough experts? I don't think more experts would have made a difference, if I'm honest.
I'm going to move on to another topic. Final topic is communication. And in fact, if we go to page 16 and 17 of this report, and it's a phrase which we're all very familiar with, about following the science, and the opinion of the authors that ministers' insistence that they were following the science was inaccurate and damaging. And that may be a question for politicians and not to you as a civil servant. But I want to just draw out some of the issues in relation to this and whether these are matters which you raised as a problem with government during your time as chief executive. So in relation to that phrase, it says in the second paragraph or third paragraph, the phrase blurred the line between the scientific advice and policy decisions. Do you agree, first of all, with that proposition that the phrase blurred the lines between advice and decision making?
I do.
And of the next paragraph, in the same theme, that the difference between being led by the science and informed by the science may seem subtle, but it's important. And again, that this is something which is not new and had been raised before in previous inquiries.
I agree. In a situation like this, there's no easy decisions. And it's right that ministers, we live in a democracy, and ministers are the elected representatives of our people. And in a situation like this, it's right that they have to balance up different factors and forms of advice: science, public health, economic, operational, policy. And it's the understanding of all of those that should inform their decisions, not one form of evidence.
So I want to ask you a question in relation to this, which is the impact of that phrase on your members, your SAGE members, and if there's anything done to it. If we turn over to address it, if we turn over leaf, please, page 17, first paragraph. And it says there is that it undermines the protective space in which scientists advising the government could operate. Was that something as an impact which was raised to you by members about the difficulties the phraseology by ministers was causing them?
Yes, I mean, as I said earlier, that in this period it felt SAGE was being lent on probably to a greater extent than it should have been. But also as we gradually published our minutes and nothing else was published, again it created this impression, I think, that that's all that there was. And I think that did have a negative effect on the protective space in which our scientists could operate.
Flowing from the negative effect which you've mentioned, final point on this is the next paragraph. And your comment, if you can, in relation to this. Many scientists, including members of SAGE, went as far as to say that they felt they were being set up as scapegoats, with politicians hiding behind a cloak of science. In relation to that, was that a concern which was expressed to you, perhaps informally, by members of SAGE?
I don't recall.
Have you raised with government the concern, when you were chief executive of Go Science, about the usage of the term following the science?
Yes, I recall doing so.
And what was the response?
Our counterparts in Cabinet Office understood. And gradually, I can't remember how long it took, but gradually that term did stop being used.
Finally, we've spent some time in the second part talking about the issues which SAGE grappled with during that unprecedented time and some of the criticisms made of the structure, and you've had a chance to comment upon them. But it perhaps is fitting to conclude, to give you the opportunity to recognise what SAGE did well. What, in your view, were perhaps the three big areas that SAGE did well during this time period?
I think three things. One, we delivered what we were asked to deliver, and despite huge pressure, and that was due to the willingness of our volunteer experts and the officials drawn from across government to work night and day to be able to do so. So that sense of doing what was needed for the nation was one thing we got right. I think underpinning that, flexibility was a strength. To be able to draw on hundreds of academics, and to operate very flexibly. I think the third thing we did well was what I just mentioned. We took an active approach to learning and changing as we went from March 2020, and that continues on to this day. But that a sense of self-evaluation, how we could improve, was a strength as well.
Thank you, Dr. Wainwright. They're all the questions I have. My ladies, any questions?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Wainwright. I do hope the vast majority of the people you've just mentioned with whom you worked understand that the tiny minority of people who think it's right to resort to personal abuse, well, they're not supported. The vast majority of us are really appreciative of all the work that you and your colleagues did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. I'm just going to pass over to Mr. O'Connor. My lady, our next witness is Professor Graham Medley. Can he be sworn, please?
Yes. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Professor. Do take a seat. Can you give us your full name, please?
Yes, Graham Francis Hassel Medley.
Professor Medley, you have, at our request, prepared a statement for the inquiry. We have it up on screen. It weighs in at 123 pages, and I think on the last of those pages, yes, don't worry, we don't need to call it up, but you have signed the statement underneath the statement of truth, indicating that you believe the facts stated in the statement to be true. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that signature was dated the 4th of September 2023, yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Professor, your witness statement gives us some detail of your career to date. You are currently, and you have been since 2015, Professor of Infectious Disease Modelling at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
Correct, yep.
That institution in London is one of the main centres of epidemiological research in this country.
Yes.
And we'll be hearing also from one of your colleagues, Professor Edmonds, who is also there. Mm-hmm. Before moving to do we call it LHSTM, or do we say London School of...
The London School.
The London School.
With apologies to the London School of Economics.
That abbreviation may end up saving us hours of time over the next couple of weeks, Professor. So before moving to the London School, we see that you were based, first of all, at Imperial College, London, for 10 years, from 1983 onwards.
Yep.
And then you spent some time at the University of Warwick before moving to the London School.
Yes.
And I think what we will discover is that, in fact, those other two institutions, Imperial College and also Warwick University, are two of the other leading epidemiological centres in this country.
Yes.
Also, relevantly, Professor, you were co-chair of the committee SPI-M, which we've heard something about from Dr. Wainwright, and of course we will be hearing much more from you about. From October 2017 until the start of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. Then, as we'll hear, SPI-M was, as it were, replaced by SPI-M-O during the pandemic, and you chaired that committee during that time. And then
in February last year, when SPI-MO stood down, you returned to being co-chair of SPI-M,
Yes,
and you have, though, resigned from that position in June of this year.
that's right, correct, yeah. And I was co-chair of SPI-MO as well, so
Yes.
co-chair is important.
Yes, and I'm going to come back to it, but thank you. Just before we get into the detail, though, Professor, just help us, give us an idea of just how much of your time you spent on these matters during the pandemic. Will, you've already told us that you were chair of SPI-MO for that 2 years or so. We'll hear you were also someone who attended SAGE meetings. You were also, I think we'll hear, a member of the Welsh Technical Advisory Group. That must have taken up a lot of your time.
Yeah, so the SPI-M, the pre-pandemic, is about 6 meetings a year, although we didn't actually meet, I don't think, in 2019 because of Brexit preparations. And then from January 2020, my involvement ramped up so that from mid-February 2020 until March 22, I was essentially full-time, working with the members of the committee and chairing the meetings and working with the Secretariat.
So really very little or no time left for your research or teaching commitments that you would otherwise have had?
No, the institution was extremely kind, and my colleagues at the London School were extremely good at filling in for me. But no, I effectively gave up independent research for that period.
And I think from having read your statement, it's fair to say not just a full-time, as in Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, but rather more than that.
Yes, it was.
Evenings, weekends.
Yes, I mean, I still had commitments that I had previously, so I was filling in those. But anyway, the demands of what I was trying to do, and I took on other things. I was involved, for example, in the Academy of Medical Sciences reports, and that was partly to kind of help things be joined up and to function for Wales, as you mentioned. I mean, those were things that I suppose I didn't have to do, but actually I felt were important to be doing.
Let's Professor, thank you. Let's just take shortly a step back. I want to just ask you a few questions about SPI-M before the pandemic. Let's look, if we can, at page 9 of your statement, paragraph 3.1. That's really where you just set out the dates that we've already discussed. You refer there to having been co-chair of SPI-M from October 2017. Could I ask you what you might think is a surprising question? What does the I in SPI-M stand for?
It did stand for influenza. So the committee was originally, I think, set up in sort of 2005 or 2009 to deal with pandemic influenza. It has since changed to infections, pandemic infections, and I noticed two things when I took over as chair in 2017. One was that we really shouldn't be just thinking about infections, and so it was agreed, influenza, and it was agreed we would switch to infections more broadly, and we were in the process of going through what we had in terms of preparedness document and modelling capacity, sort of in 2018, 2019, but obviously we didn't because of the delays. In 2019, we didn't get through that process. And the other thing I noticed was to do with devolved administrations, which might come back to it, but that was noted before the pandemic.
I see. So just to be clear, I won't call it up because you've explained it all very well, but we were looking at an organogram with Dr. Wainwright's evidence, and SPI-M on that organogram had a yet different meaning of I for insights, but that's wrong, isn't it? It was influenza, and as you've explained, it's now infections.
Yes. I'm not sure. I mean, that definition was created earlier. I'm pretty sure it was pandemic influenza, but I might be wrong. I only ever called it SPI-M.
Well, it's quite important, isn't it, Professor, to know what the committee is called?
The committee was focused on influenza, and that's why I challenged it when I became chair, and the then deputy CMO, Professor Jonathan Van Tam, agreed with me, and so it was changed to infections at that point.
Perhaps we can just call the organogram up. It's 303289, page 1, please. So if we look there, do you see the
Yes.
top, the bottom row? Do you think then, Professor, this actually might represent a misunderstanding within Go Science as to what the I stands for?
It clearly represents a misunderstanding between myself.
Well, it could just be a mistake, because the I, for example, in SPI B certainly stands for insights.
Yes.
But I want to, with your experience of working on this committee, I'm asking you whether you think that it may be that other people on the committee and who support the committee might actually think that the I stands for something different.
My understanding is that everybody on the committee was focused on influenza, and that is why I challenged it when I became chair, because I said that the next pandemic may well not be influenza.
All right. Let's leave it there. Thank you. We can take that down. So you've explained then that when you took over in 2017, it was an influenza committee, if I can use that shorthand, but that before the pandemic, you were already trying to make that shift to broaden the scope of the committee so that it looked more broadly at infection rather than simply at influenza. And I think you said a moment ago that something in the nature of 6 meetings a year would have been the norm.
Yes.
Although you also said that, in fact, the year before the pandemic, it hadn't met at all.
I think it met once at the beginning of 2019. The role of that committee was really to address policy questions that were raised to us, and we relied upon people coming from the centre of government with particular questions, and if they were not available, then a lot of the rest of the work could be done by email, and so there was no point in us gathering if policy wasn't there to ask us questions and interrogate us.
And does that explain what might otherwise have been a bit... it explains your remark that perhaps the reason you didn't meet in 2019 was because of Brexit.
We were told that was why.
I mean, there's no obvious connection between the risk of a pandemic and Brexit, but is your explanation that the officials in government were so busy concentrating on Brexit they didn't have time to ask you about pandemics?
Yes.
But I think you're telling us that the fact you didn't meet didn't mean that as a committee you weren't doing any work. Is that fair?
Yes, I think so. The main output from the government is a preparedness document, and this is a short summary of what modelling tells us about the start of epidemics, and it's designed, was written originally to fill the gap, that kind of knowledge gap between the start of the epidemic and before we have sufficient data within the UK to be able to make more focused, or produce more focused evidence. And it's there to say, fill that gap, to explain to policymakers what we understand generically about controlling the start of epidemics. And we had just refreshed that document, and we were going through to refresh it. And I can't remember at the moment what else was on our agenda, but I think we were being asked about the Department of Health had conducted an analysis of pre-buying vaccines, influenza vaccines, and investing that, and we were being asked to discuss that work.
Right. So that was a sort of background activity in the year or so before the pandemic.
Yes.
And just for completeness, you mentioned the Department for Health. That was the body, the department to which SPI-M reported.
Yes.
although as we have seen from the organogram, it's accurate in this respect. Once the committee became SPI-MO, it reported to SAGE.
Correct. We had a secretariat associated with SPI-M, and we retained that same secretariat as SPI-MO, so the people we were working with day to day didn't change, but the position in the organogram changed.
Let me ask you about the switch from SPI-M to SPI-MO. We can look briefly, if we may, at page 23 of your statement, paragraph 3.43. You explain here, Professor, that SPI-M, so the old committee, was emailed in late January, 21st of January, about what you describe as the novel coronavirus. You spoke to the Secretariat, and in fact there was then a meeting of SPI-M on the 27th of January to discuss preparedness and so on. And it appears to have been shortly after that that the change was made from SPI-M to SPI-MO, because you then mentioned the first meeting of SPI-MO on the 3rd of February, so a week or so later. On the paper, it's simply a change of name from one committee to another. What about the membership of the committee? Did it remain the same as between the old and the new?
No, it didn't. I advised, I mean, it's not my committee, it is run by the Secretariat, but I gave a lot of thought and we had a lot of discussion about the membership. And so I think all the members of SPI-M became members of SPI-MO, but we also involved a much wider range of people as well. And my principal, I had several concerns, but at that point my main concern was that we had sufficient expertise to be able to answer all the questions that we might be asked. But I also gave thought to the composition of the committee in terms of the people, their relationships to each other and the relationships to me. I had no thought at that point that this would go on for 2 years, meeting every week. And I did have qualms at the beginning that I had involved too many people. But in fact, that turned out to be very good, because in the end, SPI-MO was essentially co-created by the members and the Secretariat, and we needed to have that community to be able to carry through, as I say, meeting weekly for 2 years.
Yes. Just give us an idea, Professor, we don't need exact numbers, but the move from two committees, roughly how many academic members of the first committee, and then how much larger was SPI-MO?
It's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say 3 times bigger, but I would need to count them.
So a substantial increase.
Yes, and the workload meant that not every member could attend every meeting. So having that, if you like, redundancy in the numbers, so meant that there was always a quorum in the meeting. And
before we get much further, I want to take you to a part of your witness statement where you crystallise what the function of this organisation was. So if we can look at page 86, please, and it's the paragraph at the bottom of that page, 8.27. You say, the role of SPI-MO, so the new committee created in early February 2020, is to generate scientific evidence based on transmission dynamic modelling of the epidemic. The key questions for SPI-MO are: what drives the transmission, epidemiological parameters, core groups, and what determines disease given infection? And you refer to the models as being intended to inform policy, so are guided by what policy options are being considered at the time. And you go on to say the age-dependent risk of severe outcomes, that's of the infection, COVID, were well established by the end of February. So we'll come back. I don't want to unpack all of that now, Professor, because in a sense that's what we'll do for the rest of the morning. But it was a modelling committee, and those key aspects of the disease, what drives it, and what determines the disease-given infection, those were at the heart of the modelling exercise.
Yes, I mean, just a caveat, we are not clinicians, we're not medics, so and we're not immunologists, although all of those disciplines are pulled into modelling at one point or another. So we are not looking at the process of disease, but we are looking at a population level at the consequences of widespread infection.
Just moving on to a couple of more just practical points about the committee. You mentioned that you were co-chair of SPI-MO as you had been of SPI-M, and more precisely, you were the academic co-chair. And we know from your statement that there was also a policy co-chair. Certainly, as from March of SPI-M of 2020, the co-chair, the policy co-chair, was Angela McLean.
Yes, correct.
Who was then the Chief Scientific Advisor in the Ministry of Defence.
Yes.
Tell us in a few sentences what the significance of there being two chairs and their different functions and responsibilities.
So, in order to kind of think, to make a lot of sense of the rest of my evidence, I just need to kind of point out that government, what happens in government is very different to what happens outside. The code of conduct, the employment of civil service, the conditions under which they're employed is very different from outside, and particularly from academia, which is where I'm coming from. And so crossing that fence, the things that we were allowed to know and the things that we were allowed to say in some senses, but not, it's more about what we could know and what we couldn't know, is not simple. And so it was decided, I think as I became chair, the co-chair situation was developed. So there was somebody inside government, and their task is to talk to people in government about the modelling, to bring the appropriate questions to us, and to take the answers back. And then I'm the academic co-chair, and my role is to try and get the members to provide the evidence in answer to the questions. But because I am not a member of government, I can't go into government and talk to civil servants openly, about what they might be thinking or what they're worried about.
Yes, and I think you explained in your statement that you felt that Angela McLean did a very effective job of fulfilling that function. Yes. Of the policy chair that you just described.
It was an essentially it was an extremely important step change in the way that SPI-MO worked in March 2020.
Now, moving on, we'll see from some of the documents we look at that the routine during the pandemic was for there to be 3 SPI-MO meetings a week, 2 subcommittee meetings, and then, if you like, a plenary meeting which considered what had happened at the 2 earlier subcommittee meetings. Is that right?
That was the normal pattern, but there were many other ad hoc meetings as issues arose, and of course the meetings between members, to discuss particular technical issues.
Yes, but what we may see is that the subcommittees then fed into, and other discussions fed into the main meeting.
Yes.
And then that main meeting produced material which we'll have a look at in due course, which then went to SAGE.
Correct, yeah.
And we've heard from Dr. Wainwright that pyramid, if you like, of advice being generated by SAGE and its subcommittees, at the top were Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance.
Yes.
Did they ever attend SPI-MO meetings?
They didn't in person, except very occasionally, but the meetings, especially when they went online, so at the end of March, there would be typically sort of somewhere between 20 and 40 members of SAGE. There would be sort of the order of 10 members of the members of SPI-MO, and then about 10 members of the SPIMO Secretariat, and then a whole host of other people, sort of numbering more than the other attendants combined, of people from across government listening in. And so I'm pretty sure that there will have been people from the SAGE secretariats and the CMO's office also listening in to that meeting, but they came only I can only remember twice where Patrick Vallance came to SPIM.
And you've described, I was going to mention it, but from the end of March, so the first lockdown, your meetings were all done remotely.
Yes.
And the output, again, we'll come back to it, but the output from the larger SPIMO meetings, would it be fair to say that, first of all, there was something called a consensus statement? Mm-hmm. We'll have a look at one or two of them in due course, which was the work, or the outcome of the meeting, which was going to SAGE. And you might also send papers, academic papers, that have been prepared by members of SPIMO and discussed as well.
Yeah, they were technical papers rather than, they were written by academics, but they hadn't been through the peer review process.
No, that's an important qualification because of the speed with which these matters were being dealt with. They were being turned around very quickly, but they look like short academic style papers.
Yes, they often were the beginning of bigger amounts of work.
One other practical aspect of SPIMO, and for this can I ask that we go to page 35 of your statement and paragraph 3.84. It's the question of tasking, Professor. And I think you were watching Dr. Wainwright's evidence, is that right? And so he was, of course, talking about SAGE, not SPIMO, but he explained that, yes, SAGE received questions from policymakers that they were asked to consider, but there was also at least a degree of self-tasking going on SAGE, so proactivity as well as reactivity. What you describe in this paragraph is a bit different. What you seem to be suggesting is really you were purely reactive. You say that although you had some influence with the Secretariat, the agenda was set by policymakers and decision makers. You weren't able to determine the scope of the agenda. So are we right to see a bit of a difference between what you say about SPIMO and what Dr. Wainwright said about SAGE?
It might just be a matter of language and degree, but I felt that we were, myself especially, but members were able to raise issues, and one that was raised a lot was the relationship with economic analysis, and so we felt quite happy to be able to tell the Secretariat, SAGE and SPIMO Secretariat that this ought to be considered, but in the end it's not our meeting. We are independent academics who are coming along to a meeting organised and held by government in order to get our input into the questions that they wish to address. Now, if we spot a gap and say, no, you're asking the wrong question, this is a whole area that you need to look at, then they have the decision about whether to take that advice or not.
But you could be proactive, at least in the sense of expressing a concern that there was a gap.
And do it in the strongest, most vigorous possible terms. And because, of course, we're outside of government, we could take that to the public, as it were. So we did have quite a lot of power, soft power, if you like, in terms of determining the agenda. But in the end, they weren't our meetings.
Understood. I'm going to come back to one or two of those points in due course, but let me just ask you one or two more quite practical questions. The first is, we've seen that pyramid before. It's right, isn't it, that SPIMO itself had a number of subject-based subcommittees, not just the two that met before the plenary session, but various that were little committees that were focusing on particular issues. Mm-hmm. You've listed them in your statement. I'm not going to go through them, But was there, can you help us with whether there was something called a behavioural and social interventions subgroup of SPIMO?
I think very early on there was, but that got moved, got I think turned into a school specific.
Right.
I think it was called BSI at that point. But yes, as you described it, but then it changed its name. So the acronyms for what we now call NPIs changed a lot in that period. Whether that subgroup started, I think, and I think Professor Julia Golg was was leading that at one point. But it did. I don't remember it meeting beyond the end of March 2020.
Right, so early on. On a similar theme, Professor, you've mentioned your involvement in the Welsh Technical Advisory Group. I'll ask you about that in a moment, but before I do, much more generally, as far as SPIMO was concerned, did you think it was important that the devolved nations themselves were represented through membership on SPIMO?
Yes, so the devolved administrations or devolved nations question is something which worried me a lot over the 2 years. As I said in 2017 when I took over as chair, one of the questions, the other question concerned me was who were we talking to in the event of a pandemic? And clearly, because health is a devolved responsibility, it meant that the different nations could make different decisions and go in different directions. And there's a danger in epidemiological terms if that happens that nations start gaming against each other. In other words, the best thing for Scotland to do depends on what England does, and the best thing for England to do depends on what Scotland does. So, and that almost never produces an optimum outcome. It's much better if you have both administrations agreeing a common goal and are cooperating closely. So I raised that then with the Secretariat, and I don't know who they spoke to, but the message came back that no, that would not be a problem, that the United Kingdom, in the event of a pandemic, would respond as one unit of administration. I didn't take it any further. It's not my role is to raise problems, not solve them. But clearly, as the epidemic, well, let me start at the beginning, as it were. The epidemics, when it first started, as you have heard, and you may well ask me in the future, the data flowing for analysis and modelling was really very poor. And it wasn't until late in April 2020 that we actually had data from across all four nations. So there was clearly not a seamless navigation of the four nations issue, and nations' data definitions changed differently during the epidemic, which caused us some analytical headaches. But clearly, as policy started to diverge, it became, I think, important that not only did we have a central group of SPIMO, I needed to, or it needed to be done to make sure that there was modelling capacity within each of the nations to help support their decisions. And so we co-opted a member from the University of Swansea who essentially formed the Mike Gravener, who formed the kind of modelling unit for Wales, but with input from other SPIMO members. So I think Matt Keeling worked quite close, and John Edmonds worked quite closely with Mike Gravener. And Wales invited me to their TAG meetings, and I went to make sure that there was some coherence in terms of capacity and capability and understanding of the modelling. Scotland had a much bigger internal capacity, so I really wasn't involved that much at all with Scotland. They came to our meetings in SPIMO, and some of the sub meetings that you talked about, the devolved administrations brought their own analysis to those. The nation I didn't really have much involvement with at all is Northern Ireland. I think right at the beginning or early in the epidemic, it had been suggested that I have a call with the Chief Medical Officer for Northern Ireland, but that I don't think ever transpired. So yeah, I'm unfortunately, and I'm not very proud of that, it didn't happen.
Your discussions didn't happen?
The discussions didn't happen, and I didn't have sight of what Northern Ireland were doing in terms of modelling.
So you I think, explained that both in Wales and Scotland there was a freestanding, albeit linked, modelling capacity that was being developed.
Yes.
Is the position you can't really help us with what, if anything, similar took place in Northern Ireland?
I don't know what took place in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Professor. That's very helpful. I want to move on to a slightly different topic, albeit one that's obviously at the heart of your committee, which is about modelling. And I do so with some trepidation, given the complex detail on models, which is to be found not only in your statement, but in the statements of your colleagues, which have been prepared for this inquiry. And I want, if I may, to at least start with some very basic principles. And it may be that we can build our understanding with some of your colleagues who are giving evidence next week. I'm looking for these purposes at page 31 of your report, and it starts at paragraph 3.69. But you describe there, Professor, a very basic distinction in modelling between, on the one hand, what you describe as statistical models, which are data-driven, which have few, if any, assumptions built into them, and which generate what you call a prediction, or in longer terms, a quantitative forecast. So that's one thing, the statistical model. On the other hand, you describe something called a mathematical model, which is driven to a much greater degree by assumptions, what you describe as a series of what-ifs. And those models, you say, generate not predictions or forecasts, by which you mean the same thing, but scenarios, which is, I think, a term of art and means something rather different. So far, so good?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, but virtually all the models the ones we use are somewhere between the two.
Exactly. So I wanted to say, I mean, although they're capable of being described as alternatives, if you like, they are in fact on a spectrum. They're either end of a spectrum.
The models, but they are a mixture of data and assumption.
And the more you go towards a mathematical model, the more assumptions that the model builds in.
Yeah, I'm a biologist by background, so a mathematician, I'm sure. I think your next witness might well argue about some of the wordings and the definitions, but essentially, once you start to replace data with assumption, then you move towards a more mechanistic description, set of assumptions about the processes that determine transmission.
And as you do that, what the output from that model becomes not a prediction but a scenario.
Yes, at the statistical end, statistical models still have models in them. They still have mathematics in them, but they are much more data-driven. And from those, you can create formal statistical predictions. And we did that on SPIMO early in the epidemic, but it was quite short-lived because it's the sort of thing that can be done relatively easily. So,
and I wanted to move from the general to the specific or the practical, because as you say, when one looks at the SPIMO papers, and we'll look at them, there are various things that are being done. some of the, it appears anyway, some of the product of your meetings was what you describe in your statement as nowcasts. In other words, estimating the position of the disease at the time of the meeting. And that, I take it, would be performed by a statistical exercise.
Yes, a more statistical.
Yeah.
role.
And then perhaps a little bit further along the range, we'll see in the papers medium-term projections, which appear to be a prediction or projection of how the pandemic is likely to develop in a matter of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Those are the sorts of periods we see in the papers.
But that's, yes, but that is only possible with the relatively strong assumption that about transmission in the coming.
Yes. So that, but in, just to help us sort of place these things in the
Yes.
in the hierarchy, that is clearly less.
You are correct,
statistical.
and I'm highlighting the
Yeah.
fact that the big difference is a strong assumption that you have
Yes.
to put in for something that hasn't happened yet.
But it is still something in the nature of a prediction of what, assuming that with that strong assumption that things are going to carry on as they are, how you are able to give a projection of how you think the pandemic is going to develop in the next few weeks.
Yes, although I don't want it to be thought of as a statistical prediction
No.
in the same way
As the nowcast.
as an outcast.
Yes. And then something different again, which we also see in the papers, is a reasonable worst-case scenario. That is something completely different. It's not a prediction of any sort. It's a very assumption-driven model, which doesn't try and predict the way the pandemic is likely to develop at all. It is simply one course that the pandemic might take.
Yes.
Depending on the assumptions that are used.
Yes, although we have to be a bit careful with the language, because whilst it's not a formal statistical prediction and it's a set of scenarios of things that might happen, but the circumstances under which they might happen are really quite rare. On the other hand, they do have elements of prediction in them, so we're not drawing random graphs. You know, they have the salient features that we think of a particular disease within them. You know, and it's that nuance which I think has caused lots of problems. That on the one hand, if we say, well, they're not predictions, which they're not, then the temptation is to say, well, they're valueless then.
One way you make this point in your statement, Professor, as I understand it anyway, is that when we are dealing with the nowcast and also the medium-term projection, what is generated is, as it were, a single projection, or with all the caveats you've described built in. The R number today is 1.5, or over the next 3 weeks we expect, or we project, the pandemic will do this or that. So there is a single product which one is looking at, albeit understanding it with the appropriate caveats. When one has a scenario, there's no value in looking at a single scenario. The whole purpose of scenarios is to develop a number of scenarios and look at them all together. Is that one thing? I think that may be really what you're saying by saying if one just looks at the reasonable worst case scenario, it's valueless because you need to look at it with all the other scenarios that have been created and look at them together.
Yeah. Generally, with scenarios, you're absolutely right. The more that you can look, or looking at one has less value than looking at several. The reasonable worst case scenario, though, is a slightly different thing. It's more of a planning tool than it is an epidemiological modelling consequence.
It is, and I think certainly someone refers to the fact, for example, some risk registers require there to be a reasonable worst case scenario.
That is my understanding.
For planning purposes,
Yeah.
and perhaps that's where some of the confusion arises. Let's look, Professor, as I said we will, at just a couple of sample documents produced by SPIMO. I mentioned earlier, just by way of example, well, first of all, let's look at the minutes of a meeting, if we may. I'm going to look at two documents. They're not from the same meeting, but I don't think that matters for these purposes. So can we go, please, to INQ 30233-688? And this we see immediately. It's a meeting on, it's quite late. It's February 21. It's on a Wednesday. I think it's one of these plenary meetings we've discussed. Would that be right?
We call it the main meeting.
The main meeting. Yeah. I'll remember that. And we don't need to look in this in any detail, although I will come back to it in due course for one point. But just casting our eyes down, we can see that the topic headings, forward look, are growth rate, incidence, medium-term projections, restrictions, and so on. These were not considered every week, although I think the R rate was something you looked at very regularly. But these were the type of issues that were addressed at your meetings regularly.
Yes. And that agenda was, as I said, decided by myself, the co-chair, and the secretariat.
And if we look at the second topic, our growth rate incidence, we see there's reference there to the committee having discussed the issue and that a consensus view having been agreed.
Yes, so the main meeting was every Wednesday morning. On the Tuesday afternoon, we met as a group to discuss the reproduction numbers and the consensus, and essentially came to an agreement at that. That was a very technical meeting. I mean, typically, SPIMO main meeting was 3 hours. The previous day's meeting would often be 2 hours. Very technical discussion about the reproduction numbers. That was set because we got a data drop on the Monday evening, so members had 12 hours to do that analysis, and then the SAGE meeting would follow Wednesday on the Thursday. Then I would meet with the secretariat and co-chair on Thursday evening, and we would discuss the issues that had come up in that SAGE to go to the meeting the following week.
Yeah, so that was the pattern of things.
That was
And just lastly on this, if we look at the bottom, we can see what's being sent up to SAGE, the consensus statement we've already discussed, and then the medium-term projections and some papers of the type we mentioned. Let's, if we may, look at a sample consensus statement. As I say, I'm afraid it's not the precise one that's referred to here, but I don't think that matters. Thank you very much. So this is, in fact, earlier in the pandemic. It's September of the year before, Professor. But we see here the first paragraph, SPIMO's best estimate for R in the UK is between 1.2 and 1.5. That's the type of consensus that you reached week by week about the R number.
So the consensus, well, it differed on for what it was we were talking about. For this reproduction number, which we ended up doing every week, so even when SAGE didn't meet, SPIMO had to meet because we were producing this official government statistic, and came from a statistical combination. So many groups contributed estimates of the reproduction numbers in the different devolved administrations and the different regions of England. They were then combined statistically, and the technical meeting was really to discuss why that was wrong. And so there may well be individual reproduction numbers where it hadn't worked, or it was completely out of kilter with the rest, and we'd have a long discussion about it and whether it should be included or not. And so having decided what was in and what was out, then this consensus is essentially a statistical combination. Yeah. Other things where you can't do a statistical combination, the point of the consensus was to cover the variability and cover the uncertainty in the views on the committee. So it's not consensus as in agreeing a single thing, it's consensus as in agreeing what the uncertainty was.
Well, I wanted to ask you about consensus, Professor, and let me come on to that now. And can we just look, for these purposes, at your statement at paragraph 3.9 on page 13. Perhaps you say there something similar to what you've just told us, Professor. I'm starting 3 lines down. You said SAGE and its subgroups developed a consensus in the sense that what was written was agreed by all not to be wrong. Just pausing there, that sounds a rather, if you like, reductionist way of producing a piece of advice.
So we weren't producing advice. I mean, perhaps I'm wrong to include SAGE in this description, but SPIMO was very much about creating evidence, not advice. And the documents were written by the Secretariat, the SPIMO Secretariat, and myself and the co-chair then went through them, corrected them, changed them, discussed them. And as I say, the point was that the documents emphasised that the uncertainty. So we didn't come to an agreement about what the evidence was. We came to an agreement about, if you like, what the evidence wasn't. So that the statements that were included had to be something that captured the disagreement.
It sounds like the R number is actually quite a good example of this, because if amongst the committee there is a disagreement about whether, for example, the R number is in one place or another, the consensus statement would, as it were, sort of find the lowest common denominator of, it would capture the range of views.
Lowest common denominator, I think, is wrong. It's not the lowest common denominator because at the time you don't know what is correct. So you can have everybody agreeing with one piece of evidence except for one person. It would be wrong to dismiss the wrong person, one person. You have to try and capture everything. So the reproduction number, I think that was a particularly narrow range that you just showed of between 1.1 and was it 1.2 and 1.5. In other circumstances, we have much wider ranges.
And if on your committee you had a few people, expert, who took the view that the R number was quite low, say below 1.
Yes.
And you had other people who disagreed with them and thought that the R number was above 1.
Yes.
From what you're saying, that would translate into a consensus statement that we are agreed the R number is between 0.8 and 1.4.
So what would happen on the Tuesday afternoon is that we would have a vigorous discussion about it. Yeah, and because we had multiple groups, then, and because it was a relatively technical issue, then the person who is out, you know, if there's one person whose estimate is very different for the rest, then they would be challenged. And so, well, why are you getting that? And often it would be because they were looking at a different data stream, yeah, or they had made a different set of assumptions. And so if there was no reason to exclude it, then we would include it and say, yes, there is uncertainty here. The estimate would come out as being saying, well, it's likely or highly likely the reproduction number is above 1 if that was, you know, majority, but we can't be 100% sure.
But what this process doesn't seem to generate, Professor, is a statement saying something like, we had a debate about it. Some people thought it was 0.8. Some others, perhaps more, thought it was 1.2. These are the reasons why each group took the view they did. Because of the need to reduce what is being said into a consensus. And you know that is an outcome that has been criticised.
Well, I'm not sure what the criticism...
Well, let me show you. If we can look perhaps at Professor Woolhouse's statement, which is INQ 30250-231 at page 7. And if we can look at paragraphs 35 and 36. And you can see it's really perhaps 36, where he's talking about consensus. He says another weakness is that on many issues there was no complete consensus at the time, and reporting what was effectively the majority view might have given an impression of groupthink. In my experience, minority views were not always communicated to officials and ministers. So that's the point. If there is a minority view, why not explain that there are different views on the committee, explain the pros and cons of the different arguments, so that those who are receiving the benefit of your expertise can understand, and if necessary take up with those involved, what the difference of view is, rather than reducing it to what Professor Woolhouse suggests is a sort of bland statement which doesn't actually capture the disagreement on the committee.
Yeah, I completely respect what Mark Woolhouse is saying. I mean, but in my view, I didn't feel that at all. Otherwise, I would have changed it. But I think the question then of how, so we'll take a step back for a moment. Uncertainty is I think one of the core issues in terms of how science and policy work, because as scientists, we have I think an understanding of what we mean by uncertainty, and I think that doesn't always map directly onto policymakers of what they understand by uncertainty. And of course, uncertainty within decision making is absolutely critical. And within the pandemic, uncertainty was almost the biggest issue in the decision making. How we communicate that uncertainty, I think, is a very valid, as scientific subgroups, is a very valid question. And I think I was content with this consensus approach. But of course, I think the people who need to be asked are those who received it. Did it work for them? The consensus, for example, the scale we had in terms of SAGE papers, there's a kind of a likelihood scale ranging from almost certain not to happen through unlikely, likely, plausibly likely, highly likely, to almost certain to happen. And again, I found that very useful as a sort of extended traffic light system, but it's, system wasn't designed for my benefit. It was designed for somebody else to read.
Certainly not. And you do explain in your statement exactly as you've said, that you felt that this idea of uncertainty within the scientific analysis may not have been properly understood by ministers. And do you think it may be that this consensus approach may be one of the reasons why it wasn't properly understood?
Again, you will have to ask the people to whom we were communicating. Yeah, a lot of my understanding about uncertainty and consensus, and how we defined it and used it, have come in reflection. I think during the pandemic, it appeared to me to be a very sensible way of working, to capturing that uncertainty in a statement rather than in a series of bullet points.
Yeah. We certainly will, in due course, ask the people who received your materials, Professor, but even then, with hindsight, are you able to say that you think perhaps it might have been done a better way?
I think an advantage of the consensus approach that we had, which I don't think should be minimised, is that the way in which it enabled the committee to function. I think given that it's a group of academics, that if we had said, right, everybody write down your views, then we would have ended up with 20 bullet points, because people would have found all sorts of nuances. We would have been emphasising the differences in the actual meetings. And part of my concern with a group of academics who are always competing with each other for grant funding and publications and data was to get a cohesion. And so having a consensus approach whereby we had to agree on something was actually extremely useful. Running a committee or trying to get within these time frames, capturing all the possible nuances, I think would have been much more difficult.
Yes.
But of course, I'm saying that's running it from my point of view, not from the people who need it.
Well, no, it's a useful insight, Professor. And of course, one of the things which Professor Woolhouse mentions there and which you mentioned I haven't touched on so much is the delay aspect. And one of the concerns about consensus that's been expressed is that it takes time to create a consensus and therefore it delays the evidence. But I think what you're saying is that actually trying to capture a range of different views may be even more time consuming because all the members of the committee would want their views to be represented.
I think that's correct. And the other point to remember is that we are independent academics and we are having our meeting in front of the Secretariat who then produce these documents. So, and I as co-chair have input into the SPIMO document, but we are doing it for their purposes rather than for ours.
Let me move on.
Mr. O'Connor, just before you do, by the looks of it, we're not going to finish the Professor before we break.
We're not. No.
In which case, can you be back this afternoon?
I can.
In which case, I think probably best to break now.
Certainly.
Very well, I'll be back at 10 to 2, please. Mr. O'Connor.
Professor Medley, I want to take you to a slightly different topic from that which we were discussing before lunch, and that is a more general consideration of the balance of the makeup of SPIMO, and in particular the question of whether it might have included experts from wider disciplines. Let me start, if I may, by asking you to look at two paragraphs in Professor Woolhouse's statement. And it's page 4 of his statement, please, and paragraphs 18 and 19. And we see here that Professor Woolhouse, in the first paragraph, makes the point that SPIMO was exceptionally well qualified in epidemiology and so on. And he says the group was fit for purpose with regard to quantifying the direct health harms caused by Covid-19. But it didn't have appropriate expertise to assess, using models or any other form of analysis, the harms being done to the economy, nor harms to education, mental health, and societal well-being. And he goes on to say that this lack of attention, as he puts it, to the wider harms was repeatedly raised by him and others during SPIMO meetings. He understood that it wasn't the committee's role, but no one, DHSC officials or Cabinet Office observers, was able to say whose role it was. Thank you. Now, I think that you broadly agree with those comments. First of all, in the sense that clearly those wider disciplines weren't on your committee. And secondly, you were told that it wasn't your job to consider those wider harms.
Yes, I not just broadly. I completely agree that he's right. And it was raised many times, and particularly in regard to the strategy that the government wished to pursue across the whole epidemic, which was an area in which modelling was underused, I think.
Yes. Can I just take you to one passage in your statement, please, and that's paragraph 34, sorry, page 34. And we see at the end of paragraph 380, you say it's explicitly stated in minutes in SAGE in September 2020 that the economic harms of interventions were being addressed outside of SAGE structures. And then further down, if we can look at the next paragraph, you say something rather similar to Professor Woolhouse. about 4 or 5 lines up from the bottom, I was assured that the quantitative exploration of the impact of measures on the economy, education, mental health, societal well-being was being done. Professor Woolhouse said he never found out who was supposed to be doing that modelling or exploration. Did you ever receive an answer to that?
No, I didn't. We raised it. We raised it as a gap, or us not doing it, and our concern about who was doing it several times. It's included in some of our consensus statements. I noticed that the one we produced in February regarding school closures, we state in that school closures causes harms, but we are no experts in that area. Yeah.
Okay, let's just look at one more paragraph on this in your statement, and we need to go forward, please, to page 119 and paragraph 12.27. You are responding there to a question about the development of epidemiology economic models. So this is the broader type of modelling. You say they do exist. They're used to evaluate cost efficiency of things like vaccines and new medicines. And dropping down a couple of lines, you mention the fact that the impact of the epidemic was exacerbated by disparities in, for example, housing, access to healthcare, occupation, and that the epidemic increased those disparities. And you then say this is a major gap in modelling and should be addressed. How? By whom?
So it's a major gap in infectious disease modelling, not just in this epidemic, but generally. At the moment, decisions are made on the basis of averages. And so I'm not aware that we were asked during the epidemic, but indeed have never been asked to model the outcomes within different groups. So if something is deemed to be cost effective on average, if it had, it prevents, let's say it prevents 1,000, you have there's a very simple example. Suppose you have 2 interventions and one saves 1,000 lives and the other saves 500, then clearly the 1,000 is better. But if those 1,000 are all from one particular group and the 500 are a much better cross-section of society, then maybe the 1,000 isn't better. That's not a question we can answer directly. That's then a policy interpretation of the models, but we were never asked those questions. And as a consequence, we've never developed the models. Now, the policy side, of course, can say that we don't ask those questions because you haven't got the models. So we need to address that. And I think it's a subject-specific issue that we need to go to the research councils to make sure for the next pandemic we have those models available. It's not straightforward, but it's perfectly possible to do if the data are available and we know what type of policy questions we might be asked.
Was this gap something that was discussed on SPI-M?
Yes.
Before 2020?
Yes, and I had actually published about it previously. I had a piece of work which was trying to address this. We as modelers know of this gap, and we have been trying to address it, but we hadn't solved it by the time the epidemic started.
Is it closer to being solved now?
A good question. Not that I am aware of, no, but it might be.
It sounds as though it's not being treated as an urgent.
Well, I know
gap to be
people
filled.
have written grant applications, but they have to be funded. It's not something that we can just do. It is something that we as a community can try and address.
But going back to the point you referred to, you certainly say in your statement, and it makes sense, that it's something that should be addressed between pandemics rather than during one.
Absolutely, and many of the issues that I raise in my statement are of that nature.
Thank you. I want to move on to another related topic. It's a theme of your statement, Professor, and in fact it's something that Dr. Wainwright gave us some evidence about at the beginning of the day, that at least at various stages during the pandemic, you, as a committee, lacked sufficient understanding of government policy to be able to give them as much help as you would otherwise have been able to do. Can you expand on that for us?
Yeah, so I think there are two answers to that. The first of which is really a between epidemic problem, and that is governments what the policy needs to do is to give some indication of what it regards as a better outcome. And that, by an outcome, I mean over the whole epidemic. So from beginning to end. So some idea in 2020, we didn't have vaccines and there was no guarantee that they would have arrived, in which case the epidemic might have lasted 3, 4, 5 years. We might still be in the epidemic now without the vaccines. But what would the decision makers think of as being success over that period of time? Because that then provides the framework, the strategy for understanding what government is trying to achieve. Yeah? It's not up to us to determine what that is, because they're value-based judgments as to whether the United Kingdom did badly or well, and personal perspectives in terms of whether the country did badly or well. And we have elected representatives to make those very difficult decisions for us.
I mean, sorry, can I just add a thought, which is that it was apparent that the government had some policies. I mean, for example, we knew they wanted to save the NHS. Was that too broad a policy objective for you to work with?
Yes, and that was only stated early in the epidemic, but the pre-pandemic strategy was to have the epidemic in one wave, which has the only advantage that it has is that it's over more quickly. Yeah, but so that was the strategy. There were no other strategies. That changed then as soon as the epidemic, or very quickly into the epidemic, and the strategies were much more short term. Yeah, and modelling has a particular problem with a lack of discussion and sort of a lack of understanding what the policies might be, because we cannot make a policy neutral model. So in the types of model that you talked about at the beginning, particularly for the scenario models, but also for the medium-term projections, if we don't know what government might do when or why they might do it, then we have to second guess. We have to make it up. We can't put nothing into the model. So ideally, what happens is that you have a discussion with the policymakers to ensure that there's shared understanding of what evidence is going to be most useful for them to make their decisions. Yeah.
What I wanted to understand, and I think you're helping us in this regard, is it a question of detail? Is it a question of temporal scope, long-term policies, or perhaps it's both?
I think it's a combination of both. And the best way that I can describe it, I think, is the comparison in the epidemic. So up until January 2021, we didn't really know what the government would have thought of as being a good 2020, you know, or sorry, good is the wrong word, a less worse. Epidemics are bad things. Bad things happen in them. But what would the government have regarded as being a less worse outcome? after January, from January 21 afterwards, the Cabinet Office started to send people to the SPY MO meetings, and we started to have much more of a dialogue. Now, this fence between within and outside government still exists, but it's possible to talk and signal over the fence. And we clearly understood, although we might not have been directly told, that the government would have regarded a success in the next 6 months by not having a major surge of infection. In which case we can say, well, do it slowly, don't rush to open up immediately, remove restrictions slowly, and remove them in an ordered way so that the data analysis and the modelling could inform you what the impact of the previous decision was. And that was the roadmap, the data, not dates process.
I was about to say that's data, not dates.
Yes.
And we can see that was a process where there was no doubt a dialogue between the government and you, which informed when the various steps were
And critically was that time period. So we had raised very early, and it's in one of our consensus statements, that the data, it's not just us as modelers, but data analysis needs a period of several weeks between making a change, a decision, and seeing it reflected in the data. And so there are several instances of measures being introduced by the government too late so that you couldn't evaluate them properly before the next decision had to be made. So I think one of SPY-MO's sort of contributions to that roadmap was to say, spread out the decisions and tell us when you're going to make it, because then when we do the modelling, we can include that date in the modelling as the date at which things might change. And I think the evidence that we produced for that period was much improved in terms of its relevance to the decision making, and supported the decisions much more. And it wasn't much of a relief to me. It wasn't then put front and centre to explain why the decisions were being made. The amount of work done in that period was absolutely huge in terms of the members of SPY-MO and their teams, not just the people coming to the meetings, but the teams of people behind them. But it was not presented as being, this is why we have to make this decision. And it was a much more ordered, rational period of time in which hopefully the decisions were better.
Last thought on this subject, Professor. We're obviously at least partly thinking about recommendations for the future and how the next pandemic might be handled. The period that you're referring to as being a much better period was, of course, a year into the COVID pandemic. How realistic is it, do you think, that were there to be another pandemic, or when there is another pandemic, the initial period, which will be one of inevitably great uncertainty, whether it would be possible to provide, for the government to provide the modellers and the scientists with that type of sort of calm, thought through, strategic information at the very start of a pandemic as opposed to well into it?
Well, the time to do it is now. I was disappointed that as soon, when we reached February 2022, the policymakers who we had been interacting with were disbanded, almost immediately. I would very much like to have gone with them, with that group, gone back to February 2020 and gone through that process. And I mean, critical in that was Dame Angela McLean, the policy co-chair, who I suspect had brokered that interaction, because it's a risk for government officials to come and talk to people. So even though it wasn't direct talking, to come and meet with people outside of government and discuss policy options. And so But that is absolutely critical. And I mentioned in the report we had sort of Dame Angela McLean also managed to get 2 people into Cabinet Office, so people from SPI-MO who worked in Cabinet Office to keep that dialogue flowing. When I say dialogue, I don't necessarily, I mean information rather than words, so that we are able as modelers to understand what government wants to try and achieve, so that we can support their decisions to achieve that. Or, of course, we can tell them, no, that's impossible. Yeah.
We heard that you'd resigned the chairmanship of SPI-M earlier this year. Are you, in fact, still a member of the committee at all?
No, I'm not.
Right. But regardless, the type of work you're describing, the sort of between pandemic preparation work, is that something that SPI-M ought to be involved with?
We ought to be, but it's, much to my disappointment, it's not happening, or it wasn't when I was there. We actually, the first piece of work that we came back to on SPI-M was that piece of work that we hadn't finished before, which is this pre-purchase of vaccines. So the Department of Health is asking whether it should invest a large amount of money to buy vaccines for influenza for the next pandemic. Well, the answer to that question very much depends on what government would do, because if the government was prepared to stop the epidemic with a lockdown at the next time, then it changes, the amount of investment now that's worthy of putting in. But we don't have any idea of what that is, and that policy landscape is still developing. So UKHSA, Department of Health, how SPI-M feeds into it is all still there, but it needs to have, we're not quite clear what those relationships are, but it needs to have input from the centre of government, because if it gets bad enough that you need Cabinet Office policy making, then Cabinet Office should be involved now to discuss what that's going to look like.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. I want to change focus again and, in fact, take us back to the beginning of the COVID pandemic, early 2020. We've heard your evidence about SPI-M, the I standing for influenza, but transporting itself across to infection at that time. But as you've said, a committee that historically, at any rate, had very much focused on influenza planning.
Yeah.
Let's look, if we may, at another passage from Professor Woolhouse's statement. It's on page 44, paragraphs, I think, 243 and 244. Yes, thank you. So 243, he says an important question in those early stages was whether a COVID epidemic would be more influenza-like or more SARS-like. The UK response initially assumed an influenza-like event. That was not unreasonable, but in my view it took too long to recognise that COVID-19 had many similarities to SARS. We knew from early January that it was closely related to SARS. Compared with influenza, COVID had a higher R number, had little impact on children, while being highly dangerous to the elderly, frail and infirm. Do you agree with that so far?
Well, I'm not sure what he means by early stage. I mean, the time frame is, generically, I agree that pre-pandemic preparedness was influenza, and I have, if you look at the cover of the SPI-M modelling summary, it spells out influenza as the I. And SARS, so this was transmissible SARS, but I think I first used transmissible SARS as a phrase in February, so I think we realised quite quickly that this was not influenza. That is important in public health considerations, but in terms of the modelling was not critical, I don't think.
you've already stated in the course of your evidence today, and as I think we know, that in early 2020 there really was only one policy that the government had. It's the delay, contain, mitigate. You've also referred to the idea of just letting the epidemic take its course, and you say quite straightforwardly in your statement that turned out to be outdated. The two questions.
It would have been outdated for influenza as well. Because
Well,
influenza still would have had the same kind of health impact.
let's just focus on COVID, if we may. The two high-level questions that arise, Professor, is firstly, and that's really the point raised by Professor Woolhouse, is whether the UK pivoted away from its pre-existing influenza-based plans too slowly in early 2020. And the related question is whether SPIMO or SAGE should have done more to alert policymakers that there was a problem with the influenza plan, or was it that the policymakers themselves weren't tasking SPIMO and SAGE appropriately? Let's take them in stages. Do you think that the pivot from the earlier contain, delay, mitigate strategy towards suppression happened too late?
So that question of, which is why I pointed out that plan would have been inadequate, wouldn't have, given the preferences that the governments subsequently showed, that they didn't want to have the epidemic in one wave, that would have been true for influenza as well. So the realisation that there would be a large number of hospitalisations and deaths would mean that they were going to stop the epidemic would have to have occurred with influenza. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get into a debate with you about a pandemic that didn't happen, Professor, but vaccines might have played a part in the influenza epidemic.
The virus that was causing the epidemic wasn't the issue. The issue was that in the plan, these large numbers of hundreds of thousands of deaths were just going to happen. It was going to be a natural event that the country would get through.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
The question of suppression, of stopping the epidemic, yeah, was clearly made, but that wasn't because it was coronavirus. Presumably, the government would have made that same decision had it been pandemic influenza.
So, I think what you're saying is that the reason why there was a delay in pivoting from one strategy to the other, was really the fact that policymakers themselves had previously signed up to the earlier policy, and it was only when they decided on a change of course that a new policy was adopted.
Yes, and that policy, I'm not sure where it originates from, but clearly the world and society has changed a lot in the intervening period. And the ability to stop it. I mean, I don't think 10 years ago it would have been possible to have the kind of lockdowns that we had.
Can we look at another passage of your statement? Oh, sorry. The passage of your statement, please, Professor. It's page 18. And I want to look at paragraphs 3.27 and following. Picking it up at the end of paragraph 3.27, please. You say, last sentence, my view is that the reality of the epidemic via the SAGE process was not given sufficient weight initially. There was a sense that the government's strategy was being created on the hoof during February and March. Just pausing there, are you here referring to some similar points to those we were just discussing? What do you mean by policy being created on the hoof, Professor?
I mean the lack of a plan. It wasn't clear what the plan was going to be. If government were not going to follow the pre-pandemic plan. And clearly at that point, I don't think, depends when I was writing this, but I never got a sense that not having a single wave was something that the government was thinking about. I had a conversation on the 4th of March which convinced me, very quickly that even if that was the government plan, they would change their mind. And so it was really that period of time was a sense of, from my point of view, of the lack of strategy, of the lack of decision-making under uncertainty, the things that might happen in the future and what we would do at that point.
I suppose not lack of strategy, because I think what you're telling us is there was the strategy, there was the single wave
I realise the inconsistency in what I'm saying. Yes.
But were you expecting them to change course, but that call didn't come, or at least didn't come until too late?
I thought they would, and that was partly, of course, from the international perspective, in the sense that we had already seen, the first country, China, close its economy rather than face the epidemic, and even from that perspective, you thought, well, that might well be the response.
So, and this is what you mentioned at the bottom of the page we're looking at. You talk about China's response being to close their economy rather than face the epidemic and its consequences. You say you thought it was likely that generalised NPI would be a widely used intervention in the pandemic, and that what happened in Italy confirmed your view. So, looking at focusing in on Professor Medley and SPI-MO in, say, February 2020, where it sounds as though, almost as though you were waiting for the government to ask you about lockdowns or to issue you with some tasking saying, we don't think we can bear to take this wave, what else can we do? But that call didn't come. I mean, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but we were doing things. We were looking at the impact. We were particularly asked about schools, much to some people's frustration, because some members' frustration, because, as Professor Woolhouse has already pointed out, that relatively early in February, having realised that this was more SARS than influenza, then care homes would be more of a problem than schools. So, nonetheless, the government was asking us about the impact of closing schools. And now that is the only NPI, really, for which we had prior information. Yeah.
But
we were not being asked about alternatives to the strategy.
No. Were you either on SPI-MO or on SAGE encouraging the government to think about alternative strategies?
Regardless of or under most strategies that you would think of, then putting in place NPIs and I mean restrictions such as or guidance such as asking people with clinical disease to stay at home, so individual isolation, would have to be done. And my frustration at that point was that those were not being put in place early enough, because we didn't know whether they would work. So coming back to this point about sufficient time and data to enable C interventions working, the doing nothing and then suddenly changing your mind, which is to some extent what happened, was perhaps where I got the some of that confusion from, that if regardless of what the outcome you want to achieve is, putting those kind of interventions, individual isolation, in place sooner would seem to be more sensible. Sorry,
I want to just stay on this subject, but to move on to a slightly different issue, which is the NHS, which, as we know, the course of the NHS, that whether it would be overwhelmed or not, became a key issue. If we can look at paragraph 4.9 of your statement, page 43.
And just to point out while that's coming up, that in the pre-pandemic preparedness plan, hospitalisations are not mentioned.
No. Let's just look at this paragraph, Professor. It's the second sentence. Throughout February 2020, it became increasingly clear, and I take it you mean, what, is that clear to you, clear to SPIMO?
Yes, to SPIMO.
That NHS capacity in the UK would be overwhelmed.
Yes.
And you say that SAGE asked a working group be set up to discuss the extent of the overwhelm. Now, we may hear from those, for example, in number 10, that this prospect of the NHS being overwhelmed wasn't something that, at the very least, they adverted to until a couple of weeks later than the end of February, in mid-March. But are we to take it from this that not the possibility, but the certainty of NHS capacity being overwhelmed was something that was clear to you and to SPIMO during February?
So the extent of the epidemic became very clear during February, and so I think at that point we essentially established the infection fatality rate. So that's the proportion of people who die following infection at about 1%. Big variation especially with age, and if 80% of the population becomes infected in a single wave, then you can calculate the numbers of people who would die. The question then of hospitalisation is slightly more complicated because, of course, it depends on who goes to hospital under those kind of circumstances. So it needed a meeting with the NHS and with clinical colleagues for them to say what symptoms would justify admission to hospital. Because that is a variable. It's a clinical variable that if somebody goes to hospital, then they might not be admitted, and that those kind of clinical questions determine the extent to which the epidemic results in hospitalisations, for example.
Well, Professor, just looking at this statement, and maybe you want to qualify or change it, but looking at the statement, what you say is it became increasingly clear that the capacity would be overwhelmed, and all you were doing with the NHS was talking about the extent of the overwhelm.
I think that's right. I mean, yes, I stand by the statement throughout February. What I mean is that in terms of being able to make a clear statement, it was absolutely clear the expected deaths. Hospitalisations are slightly, much more uncertain because it requires more clinical input.
I want to have a look. Sorry,
yeah.
Professor.
I don't think it's recorded in the minutes, but just to make it clear, so Dominic Cummings' iPhone X, for example, attended all of the SPIMO meetings, even those I think pre-pandemic. Whether it's recorded in the minutes, I'm not sure, but as I said, there was a whole host of people phoning in from across government. So even if it might not be in the paperwork, but I'd argue about that, well, it was known.
Let's have a look at what is in the paperwork, Professor. and I want to look at the minutes of two SAGE meetings at the end of February. So first of all, the 25th of February, thank you, we see a SAGE meeting, though this is pre-lockdown, so it looks as though it was held in person, although there may well have been people dialing in. We see that you were there. And if we can go over to the next page, please, we can see that there are measures to limit spread are referred to. And if we look at paragraph 13, it says any combination of measures would slow but not halt an epidemic. And then this, NHS needs must be considered in any decisions to alter the epidemic curve. Is that consistent with a view that you'd reached that NHS overwhelm was at that stage inevitable?
I I think so, yes. Remember, these documents are written by civil servants for civil servants.
Well, just pausing there, Professor, we may hear that SAGE minutes are written for policymakers.
Who are civil servants?
Well, they are politicians, Professor.
Oh, no, well, I always think of them as decision makers.
All right, well, I'm not going to quibble with you about language, Professor, but I want to press you on the rather more important point, which is whether the sentence NHS needs must be considered in any decisions to alter the epidemic curve. Does that really mean, does that sentence signal a conclusion that it is inevitable that the NHS will be overwhelmed in the approaching epidemic?
It certainly indicates that the NHS is a major factor.
Well, that's not the same thing, Professor, is it?
No. No, I mean, I don't remember that. As I said, they went to many meetings over the epidemic. I don't remember that particular meeting.
Let's have a look at the next one, Professor. It's a meeting, in fact, only 2 or 3 days later, 2 days later. So it's the 11th meeting of SAGE. It's a different document. It's 213175.
No, this is a paper I wrote.
I may have the wrong. We may have to come back to this. Let me just bear with me one moment. Okay, we can take that down. That's the wrong reference. Yes, could we have 106129 on the screen, please? There may be a problem with the document. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Professor. I'm going to read out that there was a SAGE meeting a couple of days later. I think there's a problem with getting the document on the screen. But I will read out the entry. In fact, it's the same entry that you refer to in your statement. But what it says is, UK academic modelling groups, Imperial, Oxford, London School of Hygiene, and NHS planners to organise a working group in the week starting... I think we've got it on the screen. Yes, so if we go over to the bottom of the second page, please. Thank you. Yes, so this was the passage I was reading. If we see the very bottom, UK academic modelling groups and NHS planners to organise a working group in the week starting the 2nd of March, so the next week, to analyse key clinical variables for reasonable worst-case planning for the NHS, for review by SPIM and then discussion at SAGE. So, on the one hand, Professor, we have your statement which says that during February it became clear that the NHS would be overwhelmed. And then we have these 2 sets of minutes at the end of February, neither of which refer to an overwhelming of the NHS. Here, what is referred to is reasonable worst-case planning. So, as we've already discussed, it's a scenario, it's not a prediction. How can we reconcile those two things, Professor?
Well, so at the beginning of February, it wasn't clear at all. By the end of February, SAGE was asking for quantitative details. So that meeting happened on the 1st of March, I think, that was asked for in SAGE. So by the 1st of March, we had a good understanding of what the impact would likely be on the NHS. So that's throughout, that's throughout February.
Professor, if from a lay perspective, and of course with hindsight, but if you and your colleagues had already realised during February that the NHS was going to be overwhelmed by the pandemic that was developing, why didn't you just say so?
Well, we did. I mean, the secretariat that we were talking to completely understood. The SAGE secretariat were taking the minutes. I didn't write these documents. The documents were written by somebody else for somebody else. They're not written for my benefit. And it's really the writers and the readers that you need to question. I was, at the end, by the end of February, it was clear, I think, that the NHS would be overwhelmed, and I don't think that was being kept a secret.
So the situation you're describing is a meeting, a SAGE meeting, where everyone around the table is discussing the fact that the NHS is going to be overwhelmed.
Yes.
But the minutes record simply that there needs to be some reasonable worst-case planning for the NHS.
Yes.
I see. Thank you. I want to move to a related document, and that is, please, INQ, I hope this one's right, INQ 30129093. Thank you. This is, Professor, I think you've seen this document before. Mm-hmm. It's a report or a note written by someone called David Halpin, who was a number 10 civil servant behavioural expert who will be giving evidence to the inquiry in 2 or 3 weeks' time. We can see it's dated at the top, September 2020, and he's looking back, is he not, at the early days of the pandemic. It's a sort of a, well, it says, it's a lessons learned document. And if we can turn over to the second page, it's the section which is headed the early misstep that we're interested in. And it's in fact the next page where a particular point, but I'll just introduce it if I may. You can see he says arguably the most fundamental misstep in the UK response was the presumption that COVID would be an unstoppable flu-like wave. He says, the next paragraph, it's important to see that this presumption was not based on ignorance, but on a century of prior knowledge and assumptions. And then the next paragraph, he refers to the massed expertise, which he's described, converging on the conclusion that once early containment had failed, a flu-like wave was inevitable. If we can go to the next page, he carries on referring to this, as it were, received wisdom, which he perceived in any event. And he describes it as being a block to any suggestion that there might be an alternative policy of suppression. And if we can pick it up at the bottom of this page, please. Yeah, so that the paragraph, he says, if I had to choose a single issue and moment that embodied this failure, I'd point to the unshakable conviction of the SPI and modelers that suppression, the sustained holding down of COVID prevalence, was not a viable strategy. For example, Graham Medley, chair of SPI-M, was asked in SAGE in the second week of March, along with the other modelers, how certain they were that major second waves would arise in China and other Asian nations, i.e. that suppression was not a viable strategy. Medley answered immediately and with total conviction, as close as 100% as possible, yes, 100%. His colleagues echoed the conclusion, yes, 100%. They were totally convinced that as soon as the harsh lockdowns in Wuhan, South Korea, and elsewhere were lifted, cases would immediately surge again. And he observes nothing in science, certainly nothing in statistical modelling is 100%, let alone in the face of the data already emerging from the Asian experience. This was doctrine, not science. Well, Professor, is it right that you believed, as it were, as a matter of doctrine, that suppression wasn't viable in February and March 2020?
So epidemics have happened throughout history, and the study of them through models is a scientific discipline. So it's absolutely not doctrine. And I think that we were correct that there were surges. You know, the virus did come back in every country in the world. It was a question of how long they suppressed it for rather than whether they suppressed it. And in terms of health outcomes, clearly suppressing it until a vaccine was available and getting the vaccine into the people was critical in determining the outcome of that. But every country has had a subsequent epidemic, and to some extent, you know, the So what is said here is correct, but it's out of context. Because I think, if I remember this particular discussion, it was, will having a lockdown solve the problem? And the answer to that is no, it will not solve the problem, because it will continue to be a problem. And if you go back to what you were doing previously, it will reoccur, which of course it did in the United Kingdom.
It did, but you see, the debate we've been having for the last 10 minutes or so is trying to understand what was happening in that time.
Yeah.
And why it was that lockdown doesn't seem to have been considered during February or even in early March.
Yeah.
And what you were telling us was that you were, as it were, waiting for the government to ask you about it, but they didn't. But I wonder whether actually it's possible that you and your colleagues didn't think it would work and so weren't pressing for it, and that was at least one of the reasons why it wasn't on the agenda.
So well, we didn't know if it would work, but even if it worked, it doesn't resolve the problem in terms of the longer term. Yeah, because unless you continue that suppression, yeah, then it will come back.
Of course, if as you say, it was very clear to you that the NHS would be overwhelmed.
Yes.
Then that puts a rather different perspective on whether there needs to be a lockdown, doesn't it?
Potentially. I mean, you're asking me about perspectives. My role and the role of the models is not to provide those kind of decisions. Our job is to give the evidence, or was to give the evidence.
Yes.
Now, I completely understand what you're saying is that had we made it clear, or had policymakers known what the potential for a single wave epidemic was, that they would have been asking much earlier. I don't think that they could not have known, but
because of course, what was, as you have said, known to be certainly going to happen to the NHS, it wasn't a question of modelling at all by that stage, was it? It was a statistical prediction. It wasn't a scenario, to use that binary approach we were discussing on your analysis. You knew that was going to happen.
yeah, and we had already seen the policy response to it internationally.
But it wasn't flagged up in the Sage minutes.
No, but then nor was it. We asked about, tell us about lockdowns in terms of policymakers.
Right, Professor.
I mean, there wasn't that dialogue that was going on, as I pointed out before.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to move on. I've got a few more slightly shorter topics to deal with you, and the first of them is to do with nosocomial infection after the first lockdown. And if we can start for these purposes with paragraph 6.6 of your report, which is on page 55. So here, Professor, you address the question of transmission within LTCFs, which we know is long-term care facilities, I think.
Yes.
We can call them care homes and nursing homes. And you refer to an email that you sent to Patrick Vallance in April 2020, do you not? And perhaps we can call that up on screen. And I think the best number to do that with is INQ. Well, no. Should we try INQ 30260625? Yes. So what we see here is an email exchange. Let's look first of all at your email to Sir Patrick, or Patrick Vallance as he was then. And we see it's dated the 17th of April of 2020. And looking at the second paragraph, you talk about two conclusions being relatively robust. The first is that the number of deaths in hospital is less than 50% of all deaths. Secondly, that deaths at home and in care homes are not plateauing. And then looking at the next paragraph, second sentence, consequently, my reading of the situation is that we have widespread ongoing transmission in the health and social care systems. Hospital and community health and social care appear to be driving transmission and potentially at an increasing rate. And then you say this rather striking, make this striking observation. In effect, this is the opposite of shielding. Vulnerable are being preferentially infected. What, can you expand on the observation you were making?
So this is the 17th of April, so lockdown has been going for 3 weeks, and we've seen the hospitalisation rate and the death rates turn over, much to everybody's relief that government could introduce measures that would stop the epidemic. So this is a relative, this is data set looking at deaths. Now, I'm not sure that the data, when they were fully unwound and looked at, actually supported the conclusion, the worry that I had in this email. But clearly we had stopped transmission. My feeling at this time was that transmission within the community had been stopped or reduced greatly, so that this reproduction number was less than 1, so the prevalence in the community is falling. But the deaths in care homes and in the community were continuing to rise, and the care population, which we knew turns out very little about, so the people receiving care, there are more people in residential and informal care than there are in care facilities, and others will know more about that than I do. But this rise in deaths of people at home and in care homes was concerning to me, because it meant that we were effectively closing schools and locking down in one hand and being successful, but there were epidemics in the care sector and the health sector which were continuing to rise, and that's of course exactly what you don't want to happen.
It's what you don't want to happen, and it's what we now know at around this time was happening.
Yes.
Here you are sounding the alarm to Patrick Balance. If we can go back to the main. Sorry.
Come back to another point. I mean, this is part of the the situation I was in as an independent medic. So somebody from within government has sent me a document that he's described as not for sharing. I've then shared it potentially with somebody else inside government. I mean, there are all sorts of boundaries going on, partly because of this problem that I was outside, but...
well, you obviously thought it was the right thing to do to...
I did.
To share your concern with the Chief Scientific Advisor. And I want to ask you about his response, please. So if we look at the very top of the page, it's a short response. He says, "Thank you for sharing it. I think that's what we've been driving at in SAGE, and I will reinforce again with the accountable departments that this is a very, very key area that they need to get on top of." Do you know, can you help us any further with what Patrick did about that?
Patrick Balance was the most senior email I had. So I had told the person the most highest up the chain. We had been talking about it at SAGE and SPIMO. We'd discussed this possibility previously, and he presumably did something about it, but I didn't hear any more.
Right. That was on the 17th of April. If we could go to another document, please. It's INQ 213298. This, when it comes up, we'll see, is a consensus statement from your committee, SPIMO, 3 days later, on the 20th of April. And if we look at the second paragraph, the first paragraph talks about hospital transmission, and then the second paragraph says, "This estimate does not include people who acquire infection in hospital, leave either because they're discharged or because they're outpatients, and are then readmitted with Covid-19. This requires urgent investigation. So again, the nosocomial infection. Was an urgent investigation undertaken?
So I contacted a scientist who I knew working in PHE, who had some expertise in nosocomial infections. I was also, I think about this time, the SAGE nosocomial working group was set up. So there was urgent investigation of it, and work has subsequently been published looking at the impact of this particular phenomenon.
And this issue was exposed over time, at least. Yes, thank you. We can take that down. Finally, Professor, I want to ask you, I hope quite briefly, just about a few unrelated matters. And the first of them is the resignation of Neil Ferguson from SAGE, something we all remember. And if we can perhaps call up on screen INQ 30267746. If we hadn't remembered that, I hope this is the document which will remind us of that event. We can see it's a BBC News article from the 6th of May 2020, so only a couple of weeks, in fact, after those emails we were just looking at. It refers to him quitting what's described as his government role after undermining the lockdown. We see there's a reference to him having quit after admitting, quotes, an error of judgment. If we can go over to the next page, please. We see the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, quoted as saying it was extraordinary that Professor Ferguson had but that he had taken the right decision to resign. Then he says, this is Mr. Hancock saying it was, quotes, just not possible for Professor Ferguson to continue advising the government. We read on, possibly with some degree of irony, that Mr. Hancock said that the social distancing rules were there for everyone and were deadly serious. And there's a reference to Scotland Yard having made a statement as well. And if we could go over to the next page, please, page 3. The BBC correspondent refers to Professor Ferguson's resignation as being a really big deal. It says he's the most influential scientist in the virus outbreak, apart from Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance. And then further down the page, there's Sir Robert Leckler said he didn't think that Professor Ferguson's resignation would have any material impact on the work of SAGE. He says that although Professor Ferguson had made an important contribution, he's sure the group would continue to provide valuable support. The point I want to ask you about, Professor, is that although, as we see here, Professor Ferguson on this occasion resigned from SAGE, he in fact remained a member of SPI-MO, did he not?
He did.
And we can look at an email from you to Paul Allen and Angela McLean. In fact, I think it was the day before that BBC report, but obviously very much the same time. And if we can look at the bottom half, please. We can see you in the second paragraph saying that you're quite keen to keep him on SPI-M. He's a modelling expert. You don't want to lose his expertise. You say that his input into forming SPI-M consensus is greatly valued, but then you say his presence might damage the science and SPI-M, and there is a reputational risk. And then you refer at the end to the fact it's a DHSC decision. So we know that he did stay on SPI-M. We can see in this email that you understood the tension, perhaps, between the statements that were being made publicly about Neil Ferguson not being an appropriate person to advise government, but your desire to keep him on the committee. Presumably that's what you mean by the reputational risk.
Yes, and I saw SPI-M's role as mainly providing evidence rather than advice. You know, this process of creating evidence that then gets transformed into advice to be given to decision makers.
As a matter of
IMO is one step further away
that,
from decision makers.
as a matter of transparency and public confidence, Professor, did you think perhaps it was important that the public should understand that, notwithstanding the public statements that had been made, although he was resigning from SAGE, he was in fact continuing to be a regular member of SPIMO?
So the reason why we were all doing this is for the public good, because we wanted, I firmly believe that modelling is essential and important within an epidemic, and we wanted the government to make the best decisions it could, because we're living through it as well. I greatly value Neil Ferguson's professional expertise. I think he is, undoubtedly one of the leading modellers internationally, and wanted SPIMO to produce the best evidence it could, and therefore was making clear to my policy co-chair and the head of the Paul Allen's the head of the SPIMO Secretariat, that was what I felt. But on the other hand, it's their committee, not mine.
Exactly. And do we therefore assume from what you say that it was in the end, the decision that he should stay on SPIMO was not your decision, but do you know whether it was taken by Mr. Hancock?
He didn't come for many meetings. I can't remember how many, but then he reappeared.
Do you know whether it was a decision taken by Mr. Hancock or not?
I have no idea how far up that chain it went. But I was very glad for two reasons. One was because it's not only Neil Ferguson himself, but he has a large group with a national investment in it to provide this kind of evidence. And I was also worried about the kind of morale on the committee at the time, and felt it important that his expertise was recognised in order to keep the committee functioning.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask you about a separate matter now, and in fact this involves going back to the the agenda, the SPIMO agenda that I showed you before lunch. So that's INQ 233688, please. You remember looking at this earlier, and one of the agenda items I didn't refer you to earlier because I knew we were coming back to it is the fifth one down, paragraph 8, long COVID. Now, we noted earlier that this is a meeting quite late in the pandemic. It's February 2021. Can you tell us how it came to be that you were discussing long COVID on that occasion?
No, thank you. So you alerted me to this. I looked it up yesterday. I was trying to remember or trying to find out whether this was members suggesting we talk about it or the Secretariat asking us to talk about it. And I couldn't find out which, so presumably it was done in a phone conversation rather than by emails. But we knew from the outset that there were likely to be post-infection sequelae. I think clinically they're known as the consequence of infection. Principally, I remember discussion about whether or not COVID increased susceptibility for bacterial infections. That turned out not to be true. But without formal case definitions and good data, we can't include it explicitly in the models, which is really the conclusion of this discussion. Clearly, we do include infections, so we were always talking about infections. But there's little we can do in terms of modelling to enhance the data and the information that's available.
Does it follow from what you've said that following this discussion, there wasn't any modelling of long COVID, at least at that stage?
Yes.
Has there, in fact, to your knowledge, ever been any SPIMO modelling of long COVID?
Not to my knowledge, and until we for example had case data and good data, then it wouldn't be possible.
You may not be able to answer this, in which case say so, but do you, from your understanding about what is known about long COVID now, Is there enough data, enough understanding to model it if one wanted to?
Because as where we started, that models are a combination of data and assumptions. So if you wanted to put some assumptions in, you can model anything. Yeah? If you wanted to be able to provide policy-specific evidence from a model, then the data do not exist to be able to include long COVID in a model that actually produces realistic numbers.
Thank you. Just two more short topics. The first of those is to do with interactions with the media by members of your committee. We will all, I'm sure, recall during the pandemic hearing about the latest announcement by the government or the latest decision by SAGE or one of its committees, and then perhaps hearing one of a scientist who may or may not have been on that committee but may have been expressing their own view, and the broadcasters were always very careful to introduce the person as expressing his or her own view rather than the view of SAGE or SPI-M or whichever committee it was. Do you have a view about whether, perhaps I'll ask the question in this way. Can we have a look at a document, please? It's INQ 30102-129. This is a series of WhatsApp messages, Professor. Yes, so they're WhatsApp messages from Matt Hancock's phone, and we can see it's June 2020. It starts with Boris Johnson saying, "These SAGE geezers now saying we should have gone into lockdown earlier. Can we gently ask them why they didn't make their anxieties public at the time?" And then Patrick Vallance, relevantly for our purposes, says, "I think there's too much enthusiasm for the camera at the moment, and we'll speak to them again. All the minutes of SAGE are published, and so dates of recommendations are clear." And then Matt Hancock says, "It's exceptionally unhelpful having individual members of SAGE making comments like this. It undermines us all." So we see apparently a view being expressed by Patrick Vallance and Matt Hancock, which is disapproving of members of SAGE and other committees making media statements. We know that you did talk to the media during the pandemic. Help us with that issue as to whether, looking forward, people like you who attend these committee meetings and feed into these consensus statements ought or ought not to express contrasting views publicly.
As I said, I think this is a difficult area in terms of the kind of inside-outside government and independence. Clearly, the government values independence and so wishes to have independent people giving advice or providing evidence. And of course, if we're independent, then we can say what we like. Slight irony of saying, well, in here a paradox of, well, why weren't they speaking out publicly at the beginning? As a defence or a criticism for why they're speaking out publicly now. And it is a difficult area because in an epidemic, one of the key things that determines outcome is the coherence of the population. And we're very well aware of that. So being on message, as it were, supporting government communications, even if you might think that they are personally wrong, it puts you in a difficult position. I'm not, whereas as other scientific groups were quite happy to advocate for things that the government weren't supporting. And so it just creates a minefield.
One way of looking at it is it undermines the consensus statements we were talking about earlier, because, of course, the SAGE minutes were being published.
Yeah, I think, though, we didn't have as a consensus statement, if we had a series of, 5 people think this and 3 think that, then potentially you get arguments in public about which is right, the 3 or the 5. And so having a consensus statement, I think, helps, because that does give people a clear guideline of what what our position was as a group, but we don't have any. We weren't asked to follow that in public, so people quite happily go out or quite within their rights to go out and disagree with their own consensus, which might sound incoherent, but we are independent academics, and that's the nature of the beast. I mean, in some ways, it would have been much easier for me and for others if they had agreed to pay my salary and co-opted me into the civil service and taken me into government. Then that would have made my life a lot easier, but then I wouldn't have been independent. So that independence question and how you use it across the barrier, across into government, I do think is a critical one for understanding how SAGE works.
It is, Professor, and it actually brings me to the very last point I wanted to mention, because as you say, as we've heard, certainly you and your academic colleagues were independent. You weren't being paid for all of the work you did on SAGE and the like committees. And if we could finally then just look back at your statement, please, and go to page 25 and look at paragraphs 3.48 and 3.49. You make the point which you refer to in various places in your statement, Professor, that picking it up towards the end of 3.48, you said you expected that SPI-MO would be mostly involved in supporting the technical functions of government and boosting the modelling capacity and creating the breadth of models required to generate ensembles and provide SAGE with scientific evidence. In the event, you were solely responsible for the majority of the formal government modelling during the epidemic. And you described then the vast amount of work that was done. And then finally, if we can go, please, to page 101, you pick up on very much the same point. And at paragraph 9.9, you say, personally, you were not comfortable that SPI-MO, a group of volunteers, was producing a government statistic, and you're referring to the R number here, aren't you, which had been given prominence in government strategy, as our role was providing evidence rather than fulfilling operational functions. You're making very much the same point in those two paragraphs, are you not? Which is that you had expected to be, as it were, providing an additional layer to government work, and in fact you found yourself week in, week out calculating the R number.
Yeah, so even when SAGE didn't have to meet, SPI-MO had to meet, and the setting up of the Joint Biosecurity Centre, JBC, in June, I think, 2020, I was hoping that they would take up this function, but it took them over a year to get their act together to do that. And, you know, a lot of what we did would have been done by PHE, had PHE had the capacity to do it. But, you know, a lot of the people we knew in PHE on SPI-M had left PHE, and there was a loss of capacity. And so we did, to some extent, step in and fill that gap.
Looking forward, and as you're on your understanding of how things work now and how they might work in the future, were there to be another pandemic, would the government be reliant on, as it were, the volunteer academics to provide that basic modelling function?
That's under discussion, and clearly with UKHSA, which you know is a new body put in, but has many of the same functions that PHE has. I think now, at this point in time, has much more capacity. How that would fit in with an equivalent SPI-MO, I don't know. But of course, the danger is not now. The danger is in 10 years' time. That capacity being reduced again.
Professor, thank you very much. I've taken you through quite lengthy points. My lady, those are all the matters I have for this witness.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. I'm very grateful to you, and of course for all the work that you and your colleagues did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, well, as you know, Mr O'Connor, but others may not, I have to finish by 4 o'clock at the latest, so I shall return at 20 past, and I'm afraid anything you can't elicit by way of oral evidence this afternoon, I'm going to have to rely on the written statement.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Rise. Mr O'Connor.
My lady, our last witness of the day is Professor Matthew Keeling.
Okay, if you repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Sit down. Could you give us your full name, please?
Yeah, Matthew James Keeling.
Professor, you have prepared a witness statement at our request for the inquiry. We see it on screen. At the end of the statement, again, we don't need to go to it. You've signed the statement underneath the statement of truth, saying that you believe that the facts it contains are true, and your signature was made on the 5th of July of this year. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Professor, you are a professor of mathematics and life sciences at the University of Warwick, I think.
Yeah.
And you also explain in your witness statement that you are, I think, the director, or possibly a director, of the Zeeman Institute for Systems Biology and Infectious Disease Epidemiology Research at the University of Warwick as well.
Yes.
In a couple of sentences, tell us something about the work of that institute.
Okay, I mean, it's a large institute, so it's also in some ways virtual, so we don't have a specific membership, but we do have individuals that are sort of highly connected with it and interact fully, and it spans people who are interested in using quantitative tools to address challenges in biology. And this is everything from sort of cellular biology and genetics through to a large range of different problems in infectious diseases, everything from sort of childhood diseases such as measles through to human papillomavirus or HPV, Mpox.
More slowly, I appreciate it.
Sorry.
I know, I appreciate we've got a time limit, but you'd have to remember the stenographer.
Sorry. So, yeah, human papillomavirus, monkeypox, and then also livestock infections. So we cover a huge gamut of work.
Mathematical modelling of that whole range you just gave us of epidemiological issues.
Yeah.
And so, as we'll hear, COVID was well within the range of the type of work that you were already doing.
Yes, I'd say that's a good statement, yeah.
And you joined SPI-M in early 2009. So by the time of the pandemic, you'd been a member for over 10 years. Did that make you one of the longest-serving members, or not?
I believe Neil Ferguson and John Edmonds were on at around the same time. I believe they were both members when I joined, but they'd only recently become members. So I'd also sort of been there when we'd gone through the 2009 swine flu outbreak. So that gave a sense of perspective.
Yes, and in fact, you say you were the acting chair of the committee in 2009 at the time of the swine flu pandemic. During the COVID pandemic, you were an active member of SPI-MO, but you weren't a regular attender at SAGE. I think you did attend it on a few occasions, but unlike Professor Medley, you weren't there routinely.
That's correct.
I want to ask you about a few of the matters you've raised in your witness statement, Professor Keeling. And the first of them is what you describe as the Juniper Consortium. So it's paragraph 10 of your witness statement where you start to describe this. But perhaps you can tell us in your own words. It was, I think, a consortium that was formed during the pandemic, perhaps quite early on. I think you say the spring of 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was a coming together of epidemiological modelling academics from a number of different British universities.
Yeah, there were 7 different universities represented.
And at a later stage in your witness statement, you talk about the fact that the sort of the field and SPIAM also had a significant representation, first of all, from what we know we should call the London School, and secondly, from Imperial College London. And was this consortium that you called Juniper an attempt, if you like, to gather together other universities who on their own had a much smaller presence, but working together could work at scale in the same way as those other two institutions?
Basically, yes. I mean, we wanted to sort of balance out the skills that we'd got. And I think also by having a large number of different universities, we could tap into pools of other expertise as well, which I think helped.
There was you describe in your statement a problem with the funding for the consortium, which took several months to sort out. Is that should we see that as just one of those things in university life, or is it more fundamental as a matter that this inquiry should sort of address?
I mean, I think it's more just one of those things that happens. We're all used to not getting funding on occasions and things just taking longer than they should do. I mean, as soon as we got the funding, we were able to do more, but we were pulling together before that as well.
One of the advantages of the Juniper consortium that you describe in your statement is being able to access regional data, and I take it you mean data from the regions represented by the different universities. Is that right?
Yeah. So, I mean, we were certainly talking to local health charity, local health trusts, and I know the same was true of the Manchester group. They were very involved with their local health centres. So I think that gave us a different perspective. Just being outside London sort of quite often means that you view things quite differently.
It does, though, raise the question of whether you need to be at a university in Exeter or Warwick to get hold of regional data relating to those areas, or whether, I mean, one might expect that data of that sort is available to modellers if it needs to be anyway.
I think the data's available. I think what you lack is the perspective of actually going and being able to talk to the public health people who are on the ground, who will have a slightly different perspective to what is just in the data. So I think you just get a richer sense of what's happening.
And I think I'm right in saying, Professor, that all of the universities that were part of the Juniper consortium were from England. Is that right?
Yes.
You may have heard us asking Professor Medley about how modelling worked with regard to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. First of all, have you got anything to add to what he said? But secondly, was it in your mind that the Juniper exercise might include the devolved nations or not?
I would say we didn't actively exclude them. It wasn't that we wanted this to be an England-only grouping. I think it was more of a sort of circumstance of what was happening. Individuals who were working in comparative areas within SPIMO just came together, and it just happened to be various people from England. But it's worth saying that I think a lot of us were also involved with work that was going on in the devolved nations. So I attended the Welsh TAG several times and spoke to them at quite a long length. I also did a lot of work with the Scottish, so Public Health Scotland, trying to understand when they were seeing sort of anomalous rises in cases in local areas. So I don't think we had this dominated English point of view. I think we were all working across the devolved nations.
Yes. I want to ask you one other further question about the imbalance, if you like, or at least the dominance on SPIMO of the London School and Imperial College. In the questionnaire response, the initial questionnaire response that you provided to the inquiry, let's call it up. It's INQ 4056476, that's it, and it's page 37, please. So if we could highlight the fourth paragraph in the very early stages. That's it, thank you. In the very early stages of the pandemic, modelling activities, as you have said, were dominated by Imperial College and LSHTM. And then you say this, they had representatives on SAGE, in the case of Imperial College, that's Professor Ferguson. In the case of the London School, that's Professor Edmonds, and therefore bypassed SPI-MO. Before I ask you about that, let me remind you of something that Professor Woolhouse said in his statement. I'm not going to call it up, but he refers to very much the same situation and talks about SAGE marking, or rather SPI-MO, marking its own homework because there were essentially the same people on both committees. Is that a problem that you're identifying by using the word bypassing SPI-MO?
No, I think I'm referring to different things here. So I think in the very early days of SAGE, it was very easy, and I'm not sort of laying the blame here. I'm not saying this is anyone's fault, but it was very easy if there was a modelling question for either John Edmonds or Neil Ferguson to say, oh, we can answer that. And if that comes up in SAGE, that seems a perfectly natural thing to do. And I think it was only later, when there were more groups involved with SPI-MO, that the questions came to SPI-MO and we addressed it as a larger group. So I think that was just a case of how it was. In terms of marking our own homework, I'm not sure that's true either. I mean, yes, there were members of SPI-MO who were on SAGE, but actually the times I went to SAGE and presented work, I got a grilling by people who were, experts in their own field and would really take you to task on the assumptions. So I don't think we ever did that.
The point made by Professor Woolhouse, and he'll explain it for himself when he comes here, but he starts from the proposition that SAGE is supposed to be, one of its functions is to challenge the conclusions drawn or the evidence provided by SPI-MO, and it makes the point that if the same people or the same people from the same area of expertise are on both committees, then the challenge function that might be provided by SAGE is bound to be diminished.
Slightly. I think we'd already gone through rounds of modelling critique of the technical elements within SPI-MO. And I think, that happened on the Tuesday meetings as well as the Wednesday meetings. And I think those were technical discussions that you wouldn't have wanted to have at SAGE. Whereas SAGE offered a more wide-ranging challenge to some of the premises and assumptions that we'd put in. So I felt we got an awful lot of challenge. I don't think it's reflected terribly well in the minutes. We've already had discussions of what the consensus statement is. But without wanting to list every single argument that was proposed and then defended, I don't know how you do that in a systematic way.
Thank you. We can take that off the screen. I'm going to move on, Professor, and I want to address with you, and I hope develop an area that we discussed with Professor Medley, which is the question of the range of experience and expertise on SPI-MO. You'll recall, I think you were watching, at least some of Professor Medley's evidence, the passage in, again, Professor Woolhouse's statement, where he made the point that SPI-MO, by its membership, was eminently well qualified to address these epidemiological modelling issues, but couldn't really provide an answer to issues around deprivation, inequality, the economic impact of the pandemic. And let's look, if we may, at part of your witness statement, which is paragraph 42, which starts on page 11, I believe. Yes. So it's the last two lines of this page and then going over to the next. You make a very similar point, Professor. You refer to the discussion about interaction between epidemiological and economic modelling. You say it was made clear to you that the role of SPI-MO and SAGE did not extend to considering the economic consequences of infection or control measures, so entirely, as Professor Medley said, and you endorse that position precisely because of the limits of your own and your colleagues' expertise. But you say you would, of course, have been happy to collaborate with experts in these areas. And I think in another part of your statement, you say you actually sort of did more than that. You volunteered, or you tried to make that happen.
We certainly reached out at various times. I mean, not as part of SPI-MO, but as independent academics to try and work with groups who were looking at the economics.
And did that bear fruit? I'm going to come on talk about your paper in a moment, but in terms of reaching out within the SAGE or SPI-MO structure, did that work?
Well, not within SAGE and SPI-MO. This was sort of from our academic group out to other academic groups.
So perhaps we are now talking about the paper and the work you did.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, you refer to that, I think. Yes, so it's in fact the paragraph 43, which is on the page. Mm-hmm. You say that in late 2020 you worked with a large group of academics to explore the wider costs and benefits of social distancing measures over 2 time periods, one which I think was in the past at the time you did your work, and one which was just in the future.
Yes.
And you say in the paper you used a willingness to pay approach, considering the economic losses the country would be willing to sacrifice to preserve 1 year of healthy life. And then you go on to describe the paper. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's actually have a look at the paper itself, if we may. And so it's INQ 30205-272. This is the paper that we see, as you say, there are a series of authors. You're the third that we see on there, Professor. And if we can go to the second page, first of all, please, briefly. And let me say, I'm not going to... I'm sure it's fascinating, but not only given the time, I'm not going to get into the detail of the precise modelling that you did over those relating to those 2 time periods. I just want to look at the approach that you took. So at the bottom of this page, we see that the paper states, at the last paragraph, that much of the existing modelling literature on the pandemics focused explicitly on the impact of interventions that minimise the direct health impact of the COVID pandemic, such as the number of individuals being admitted to hospital or dying, and so on. If we can go to the next page, please. Top, you refer to the fact that there are, of course, non-health benefits and harms that can arise as a result of the lockdown, and you list some sort of economic impacts, giving some examples of in the hospitality sector and so on. And then at the end of that paragraph you say, as a result, judicious use of lockdown measures may ultimately hasten economic recovery. It's therefore important to consider the effect of any control policy on the overall economic cost of an outbreak, taking into account both positive and negative health and economic effects. And then a few lines further down where we see the line, there's a 15, so about 6 or 7 lines down in that passage. Just one sentence, you say, in this paper, and here I think you capture what you're trying to achieve. In this paper, we analyse the effectiveness of different control scenarios, taking into account the positive impact on public health and the negative impact on the economy. So does that summarise what you were trying to achieve?
Yes.
We see further on down the page these terms that you referred to in your witness statement that you had used, you see to establish the COVID-related health impacts, we calculate the quality adjusted life year, QALY, for each scenario. And you also then refer to the societal willingness to pay conversion factor. Can you explain, I hope in lay terms, what you mean by those terms?
I will try my best. So QALY, or quality adjusted life year, is the idea of just counting how much health benefit you get from any particular intervention. So this could be giving someone a new type of drug, it could be vaccination, and what you look at is how many years of good, healthy life have you saved. And what needs to be done in all of health economics is to balance that against the cost of the drugs, the cost of the vaccine, the cost of any intervention. We do that by having a willingness to pay. In the UK, we usually set that at £20,000 to £30,000 per QALY, so per healthy life year. And that's the sort of standard metric that we have. And so that seems to sort of balance out all these costs and benefits. And so we wanted to try and apply the same logic to MPIs. So what was the economic consequence of doing certain interventions compared to the benefits that we got in terms of health? And we do that by balancing out this willingness to pay, which is usually £20,000, but we went across an entire range because it wasn't clear to us whether you're willing to pay more because it's a pandemic and you want to minimise the loss of life, or whether you're willing to pay less because it's a larger scale thing and we know that there's going to be some loss of life associated with it. So we looked across an entire range.
It's important to emphasise, isn't it, Professor, that this was not, I mean, it sounds rather cold-hearted calculation to do, but it is something that is done routinely, as you say, both in the context of vaccines and also whether to purchase new drugs, for example.
It's the routine way. So JCVI, which I also sit on, has to go through this sort of process every time we put a new vaccine through the pipeline.
And we heard from Professor Medley earlier a plea almost, and the point he was making that in order to for modellers to assist policymakers, they need to understand. Policymakers need to explain what their objectives are, and is what you've just explained as the sort of choice of the willingness to pay figure. Would that be something that you as a modeller would look to the politician or the policymaker to tell you about in order to inform your modelling?
It's certainly a possible way of doing it. I mean, there's multiple ways of doing this balancing. One of the other things that's worth pointing out is that we look at a level of MPIs, but there's lots of ways of buying the same level of control. So, deciding which elements of society you limit becomes the political decision. So it's not, it's not for SPI-MO to say whether or not you shut schools or pubs. That then becomes a politician's type of decision.
Well, that leads me to another point I was going to raise with you, because we can see what you've been doing in this paper is taking a step beyond the normal, if you like, epidemiological modelling and added a new dimension for economic impact. But of course, as we have heard in evidence in the last week or so, the pandemic had impacts that went well beyond economic impacts. We have schools closing, children not going to school. We have impact on various parts of society. We have impact on women and girls, domestic abuse. The list is very long. In principle, would it be possible to extend this type of modelling to address those sorts of issues as well?
In principle, this was very much set up as almost a pilot or a proof of principle to show what could be done. I think it's hard to put every single category in because you need to put a monetary value on them. It's probably also worth saying that I'm not an economist, and so our view of what the costs were of lockdowns are probably quite trivial compared to what an economics person would see and say, there's long-running implications for various businesses, but we just did GDP as the easiest single measure that we could take at the time.
Well, perhaps in that regard, if we can have a look back at your statement, please, page 14, paragraph 51. Because, you've just indicated that perhaps the economic input into that paper was a little bit rudimentary, but you make the point here, picking it up 3 lines down, developing the methodology to understand and quantify the broader impacts of pandemics, including mental health and societal well-being, requires a wide spectrum of academic discipline, so even wider than that group who wrote that paper with you. You describe it as new, groundbreaking, interdisciplinary work that takes time and is best undertaken before a pandemic. And is it, well, first of all, are you aware that these types of models, this type of work, taking forward that work that you did, is actually happening or not?
I don't know of anyone who's undertaking it at the moment. I know several people who are applying for funding. There's various new funding initiatives that are around. So there's people applying for it. Whether it gets funded or not is a matter we'll see in the future. But it's certainly an area that a lot of people are thinking about.
And again, you've echoed a point that Professor Medley raised, but it seems self-evident that if this work is to be done, it would be much more sensible to do it before the next pandemic rather than trying to do it in a rush during the next pandemic.
Definitely. I mean, we've learned a lot during the pandemic, but it's much more important to keep that going and to build on it.
Yes. Thank you. I want to move on, please. Could we look, staying with your statement, please, at page 6, paragraph 23. I'm picking it up 3 lines down. This is about the following the science. You say, in my opinion, the use of the term following the science led to the impression that the balance of evidence was weighted towards the scientific advice that was being provided. In turn, this led to negative attention being received by members of the scientific community. Elsewhere, you say that the term was confusing and unhelpful. Can you expand on those various thoughts, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think what the paper showed on the balancing economics and health is that you can't just look at a single measure, and we know that politicians aren't going to do that. You can't just say, we want to save lives, reduce hospitalisations, no matter what, and we wouldn't expect them to. There needs to be a balance between health, economics, well-being, social care. And so I think just saying following the science made it sound like the science was being weighted more than anything else. It was also the case that the science, certainly in terms of SAGE minutes and documents that went to SAGE, was being put into the public domain, whereas I never saw any of the other evidence that we assume was being considered. I mean, we never saw it, so we don't know. We never saw any of that. So it very much felt as if, certainly in the early stages, any documents that went to SAGE were what was driving policy, and therefore if individuals didn't like policy, it reflected on the modelers, it reflected on the scientific advice that was going forward. So I think quite often following the science sounded like we almost had too much power, and I don't think that was ever the case. And certainly not in the first year. It was very much that we were answering questions that we thought might want to be asked, but you know, I think Professor Medley said this, it wasn't until early 2021 when we started doing the roadmap documents that there was a really good dialogue between scientists and policymakers. And I think by then we started to understand what each of us wanted.
Just slow down, sorry, I'm going to pause you a moment. But you were saying it wasn't until early 2021?
There was sufficient dialogue and understanding between policymakers and the scientists that we could actually do things like the roadmap to relaxation, which really was, I think it was really the first time when there was this sort of marriage between science and policy, that we knew what they wanted to do and we could generate policy-ready answers on a timescale that was important.
Yes, and I think you sort of expand on that theme a little. If we can look at page 15, I think, of your statement. Paragraph 56, you say during the early epidemic period there was some degree of misunderstanding between modelers and politicians. Politicians were often asking questions that were way beyond the scope of any model, while modelers, it was often difficult to clearly communicate many of the subtleties and uncertainties to policymakers. It sounds what you're describing is just missing each other.
Yeah, I mean, we quite often got, I can remember we had a question that came through of what would be the impact of opening garden centres. Now, this sort of, our models are very much a caricature of what's going on in the real world. There are people who try and form what's called a digital twin, which is, you have individuals moving around within your computer model that try and replicate what's happening in the real world. Those are incredibly difficult to match to any data, so we're taking a much more sort of aggregate approach, averaging over people of a given age group. And so we can't address those sorts of subtleties. But in the same way, I think when we communicate to policymakers, we often do one figure and a page of caveats, and the caveats are as important as the figure, but it's very easy for someone to just look at a graph and read off the top curve. So I think there was miscommunication in both directions.
Yes. And you describe what Professor Medley described as the deeper engagement, if you like, between SPIMO and people from the Cabinet Office, which led to that more productive relationship
Definitely.
later in the pandemic. I think just one last topic, Professor, and that's data. Can we have a look at paragraph 46, page 13, please? You start paragraph 46 by making the important observation that models are only as good as the data that feeds into them. But it's right, I think, that at various stages during the pandemic you struggled to get good enough data to put into your models.
Yeah, I'd say that was true.
And you give us various examples in this witness statement. In the balance of this paragraph, you describe a problem related to being provided with detail about the first time people tested, but not subsequent tests. Is that right?
Yeah, so up until, I think it was almost towards the end of 2021, we were only getting information on the first time someone tested positive, and if they tested subsequently, that wasn't information that got fed through to SPIMO. And, in the first few months, there was good reason for that, because if people tested twice within a week, that's really the same infection. But as we started to get later, we needed to know about reinfections. As it was, reinfections weren't really that much important until we hit Omicron and when they became much more common. But we didn't know that without the data. And I think there's lots of cases of this where, modelers always want more data. But there were certain questions that we were handicapped from answering because of the format that the data came in.
Yes. Looking down in paragraph 47, you describe a disconnect between case and death data and hospital admission data. That may be an issue, which I'm going to show you an email in a minute, which I think probably touches on that. But then also in paragraph 48, you seem to be referring to a slightly different problem, where towards the end of that paragraph you refer to differences in the ways data is reported and recorded by the 4 nations, causing difficulties. What were those difficulties?
So each of the devolved nations has its own way of recording data. So certainly for the first few months we were getting different data sets through from Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and England. Some of this is just how the data is formatted. Some of it is actually the definitions that underpin it. So I believe at certain times Wales counted people in hospital with COVID in different ways to what England did, and this changed during the pandemic. So what we needed to be careful of is we're trying to model the underlying mechanisms and not model the counting process. So if people start counting things in different ways, it can make our job more complicated. But as it says there, later DSTL and then UKHSA actually stepped in and did the routine data collection and cleaning. So we were starting to get it in a unified format, which made life so much easier.
And do you think that improvement, that sort of lesson, as it were, has now been learnt? Or do you think that perhaps were you to go back to needing to access, let's say, hospital data or 4 nations data on a routine basis, these problems might crop up again?
I think the problems would crop up again simply because I mean, for example, we don't have an integrated electronic healthcare system. So each hospital trust collects its own data. And so somewhere that has to be aggregated. Now, if we have another pandemic, I expect for the first few weeks that will just come through as the raw data. And then as time moves on, we will get, whichever group it is, probably UKHSA, actually formatting that into a single unified data structure.
I'd like just to last document, I think that we looked at that questionnaire which you filled in. It's actually over a year ago now, but perhaps we could have another look at that, please. So that's 56476, and it's page 39. Thank you. So, in fact, a lot of the text that is included here, you've adapted and used in your statement, so we can see next to the number 2 that statement about models only being as good as the data that feeds into them, and then the paragraph also that follows, you're describing those problems with hospital data that we were just discussing. But then I want to pick it up about 10 lines from that number 36, where it says, I had hoped. You can say that you say, I'd hoped that many of these difficulties would have been resolved for the, what I gather we call MPOX these days, MPOX outbreak. But if anything, the data access issues are worse. You say because I take it that you were dealing with the MPOX outbreak in this time last year when you drafted this questionnaire, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
You go on to say, admittedly, SAGE and SPI-M are not directly involved in MPOX modelling, but the academic community has still been asked for its help. With MPOX, the UK data is only available to UKHSA-affiliated staff with a UKHSA laptop, and it's again siloed, so that the entirety of the data sets are not available to all users. Well, Professor, we had a couple of days ago a data expert giving evidence to the inquiry who expressed his own concerns that some of the advances in data sort of interoperability, if you like, that had been achieved during the pandemic might be slipping away. And we showed him this passage, in fact, but it sounds as though there is reason to be concerned that things might be just as bad in the next pandemic as they were in the last one.
I think there's reasons to be concerned. Talking to people within UKHSA, it's clear that they understand this is a problem and they are working towards solutions. But I don't think any of these solutions are trivial. There's a large amount of ethics, GDPR, lots and lots of regulations that surround being able to just freely give out data. There are partial solutions, as it says sort of towards the end. Open Safely is a fantastic example of a repository where people can access health data in a very, very secure environment. But I don't think that's yet caught up to the computational demands that we have for modelling, which are vast. I mean, I was generally sort of maxing out our computer clusters at Warwick over a weekend to generate the next week's projections. And so that type of power isn't available very often within these systems. So I think there's a conflict between how we make these things secure enough that data doesn't go outside the system, but still allow us to utilise the power of university computer systems.
Professor, we've talked a number of times, both with you and Professor Medley today, about is it worth the roof needs to be fixed while the sun was shining. I think someone else used that analogy, but preparations for the next pandemic that need to be made in between pandemics. And it seems to me this is what you're saying is something in that category.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's not a small task, though. I think this is, we need the protocols in place. It would need an awfully large amount of work to actually try and integrate this into a reasonable system. And I think we also have the problem of trying to second guess what the next pandemic and the next data needs will look like.
And presumably it's also it's work that needs to be continually refreshed, because as computers change, as data sets change, as perhaps the law changes, then the way in which it's going to be stored and provided to modelers may change as well.
That's correct, yeah.
But certainly something for this inquiry to consider. You may have a view on this as to whether it's work that would be appropriate so that when the next pandemic takes place, you in your modelling teams have data ready to go to assist policymakers from the start.
I mean, I think it's vital, but I also think it is something that UKHSA is looking at the moment. It's not that everyone's sitting back and just saying, we'll do it the next time we have to. We have to. I think it is being undertaken, but it is going to be a slow process.
Thank you, Professor Mahdi. Those are all the questions I had for.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Keeling. You're obviously one of those people who worked extraordinarily long hours to serve the public, and I fear that you and your colleagues haven't received the recognition that you deserve. So may I speak on behalf of all those who have been following the work that you and your colleagues did and express my gratitude again. I expressed it to others, your colleagues, but may I express it to you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doing public service doesn't always get recognition. 10 o'clock tomorrow, please.
All rise.